Once again, thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park for the first round of the Gambler. Our drivers are ready for their first qualifying laps. We will have our 235 class drivers up on the line first. We'll run all the way through our drivers list one time, flip it back, run them again, and then we'll switch over to our high roller unlimited tire class. If you are joining us here on our live stream, welcome to Raceway Park's round one of the Gambler. We are collecting our drivers, our staff, and media personnel to our stadium track layout. Give us just a moment and we'll get live to the action here for qualifying of the 235 class here momentarily at 1 p.m. I repeat, we will start qualifying for the 235 class at 1 p.m. Welcome everybody to round one of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. This is year 4 of this series happening here at the beautiful Englishtown Raceway Park, located here in, look at this weather. Great weather, ideal weather for out here at Raceway Park. The other rounds of the Gambler usually take place on the road course on the other side of the venue, but this first round is here in the infamous Drift Stadium. Repurposed NHRA drag strip here at Raceway Park has been transformed into both a Formula D and now our Gambler Stadium to let our drivers and machines battle it out here at round one of the Gambler. If you guys are here live in person, sitting in the bleachers, and you guys want to see the amazing drone footage from our team, make sure you subscribe and tune in live, both our Facebook and YouTube, where you can hear me and Sarah ramble even louder.
We love rambling, Mike.
We have our three judges here today, Alex, Ricky, and Steve, ready to give all the hurting to our drivers as we get ready for our 235 class qualifying, about to go down right now. Our drivers are locked and loaded, waiting to warm up their tires. We're going to go straight down our drivers list. We have our first 235 class driver, Nathaniel Chen, piloting that FD RX-7. He'll be warming up his tires, locking himself into the grid, and taking the first lap here of the first round of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. Stay tuned momentarily while we get down to the nitty-gritty. While we're waiting for the last bit of math to be calculated, big shout out to Premium Sausage, the way sausages should be.
Not this again, Mike.
Also a birthday shout out to Chris Knapp, and I believe Kyle as well, sitting back in the grid. Also a big shout out to my dog, Doug. Hey, Dougie.
Drivers, if anyone is unsure of what their position for qualifying is, the qualifying list is up on the Gambler's Instagram on the story. We also have physical lists up here in the tower. If you have any questions, need something, please come see the judges and ourselves up in the tower. Please do not bother our good workers. We love you. Okay, I guess they're going. Nate Chen's got his first qualifying run here. He's in that RX-7, and he absolutely throws down with this thing, doing a great job on outer zone number 1. Transitioning across to outer zone number 2, getting nice and deep. We can hear that RX-7 screaming as he comes around that second outer zone, looking absolutely settled. Nicely done there. Super, super inside on that inner clip, maybe a little too inside, and he gets into outer zone number 3, flirting with that wall and across the line. That will be a scored run. Stay tuned for the score.
That was a pretty good solo lap out of Nate Chen. Pretty good solo lap. You guys just saw our first qualifying driver, Nate Chen, take his first lap here around the Drift Stadium.
Did on his first qualifying run. For those of you watching either here or at home, our drivers in the 235 class, the Gambler class, are allowed to take one qualifying run. We'll run down our driver's list, and then we'll start up at the top again. So he will have 2 runs to put down his best qualifying score to set himself up for the bracket.
Nate already doing a great job, setting himself up to be placed in a great battle bracket. Put our next driver up on the line. No stranger to the Gambler. New to Prospect, Trevor Root, piloting his old E36. The airplane itself sitting underneath that Raceway Park tower, ready to take his first qualifying lap. And an 88.3 and 88.3 for Nate Chen. Technically our number 1 qualifier.
The one and only. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Our home driver, Trevor Root, practicing in his FD car a little bit earlier and qualifying in his gray car, the OG. Not quite as deep as we want to see him in outer zone number 1, but he's transitioning with a ton of speed coming into 2, getting nice and deep, feathering that throttle as he comes around the exit of that zone, coming out just a little bit early, but doing a great job on that inner clip. We want to see those drivers nice and tight there as he transitions across the wall of death and across the line. A pretty nice first qualifying run, Mike.
You know, it's still a BMW. It's not an airplane, so I would say it's a good lap. He's got another qualifying lap to try to better that score. You guys can see at home on the live stream that replay from Trevor Root. You can see him initiate well before that last initiation point and get into outside zone number 1. You'd like to see that axle a little deeper, as Sarah was saying, as he rotates into outside 2, doing a fantastic job keeping that BMW exactly where it needs to be for the judges. Pulls out slightly early. I mean, we really want to get nitty-gritty here. The judges are. As we jump into the outside zone number 3, Trevor Root doing a good job. It's going to be up to the judges now to do all the math to calculate where he's going to sit in our qualifying order, but a great lap. And Trevor Root with an 80. Trevor Root with an 80 for his first qualifying pass.
The judges are going to give him a C+ on that one. We're definitely going to need him to study a little harder and put some more points on the board if he wants to be P1 in qualifying today. He is one of our drivers that's running both the series. Next on the line, we have newcomers Joe Zacchio entering just a little bit late there, getting just the beginning of outer zone number 1. Picking up some speed as he comes across the track to grab 2. Again, he's right at the edge there. We need him to be a little bit more committed and a little bit smoother in outer zone number 2. Does a nice job coming across that inner clip. Again, we want those drivers right on that first white line and transitions to grab just the end of outer zone number 3. The nerves might be getting to him here, Mike.
Well, I mean, he is taking a safe route. The stadium is not your friend. These walls are no joke. They will eat your car. So he got a safe lap underneath his belt. Definitely not all the points available on the checklist. We'll have to wait for our judges to see what math works out. But it should be enough to put him into a bracket to see battle here later today. Now, I don't promote safe driving. I'm a very promote aggressive driving. But it is wise. It is wise. He does have another run to better that score.
Absolutely. He will get a score here, so we'll see how the judges are going to rate that and see how many points he can earn by cleaning up just a little bit, a little smoother, a little deeper. You know what he needs, Mike.
All right, well, the math is in. And a 58, definitely not the highest score, but nonetheless, we'll get him into the bracket to see battles, and honestly, that's what we're all here for. Our next 235 class driver up on the line, Colin Crozet, piloting that G35, making his way, shooting out from underneath the tower.
Mr. Croissant is a regular here at the Gambler. He's an aggressive driver, and I know he's out for blood, as we can tell by him getting as deep as possible in outer zone number 1. Coming around outer zone number 2, he's got his tire on the white line, guys. We have a perfect vantage point in the judges' tower here, and that was the most aggressive outer zone 2 that I have ever seen. Transitioning with a ton of angle to grab outer zone number 3 and across the line. I'm not a judge, you know, I'm smooth brain, but I'm saying that's P1, Mike.
Colin always comes out here and throws down no matter what. If his machine plays nice with him, he is always a threat. We're going to have to wait for our judges for their official scoring, but I'm going to have to agree with you, Sarah. I think it's going to be high up there. Currently, right now, Nate Chen still holding that number 1 position. Only a handful of drivers from the 235 class has already qualified, so if you're just tuning into the live stream, you're not too late. Sit down, grab some snacks, get comfortable. We got 235 class qualifying going right now, and we got a whole nother set of runs, and then right after that is our high roller, the unlimited tire. These are 100% rocket ships with rubber underneath of them. And we do have a new number 1 qualifier with a 91 for Colin.
It's almost like I watch a lot of drifting, Mike. It's almost like I see a lot of laps.
You know, Colin's seen a lot of laps.
He has.
Colin has seen a lot of laps from here out of that windshield.
And I might be partial, I'll just say it, I'm partial to our regulars here at the Gambler. I love seeing these guys every round. Of course, we love newcomers too. I love nothing better than someone shaking it up. But I love our guys we see out every round.
Well, we want to see the newcomers come in here and kick the hometown boys' butt.
Yeah, and speaking of
Good
OGs, we have Jimmy Rayvert here. Outer zone number 1, just kissing the edge there. We'd like him a little bit deeper, but he's looking very smooth as he gets into outer zone number 2. And he is over the line there. He was dirt in the beginning of that zone. He has to clean it up as he's coming around to grab the inner clip and transitioning, pouring smoke to grab outer zone number 3. Looking absolutely settled. Wow, great job in 3 by Jimmy Rayvert.
Yeah, Jimmy definitely getting the drive, maybe not as much shove as he wanted out of turn 1, but he got out of outside zone number 1 and just started putting the heat down. Jimmy with a solid lap here. Like always, we have to lean on our 3 gentlemen over here judging all our drivers for the actual math. But besides outside 1, Jimmy, great lap. Very aggressive. He had that tire on the outside edge, if not over, but he stayed in it. It was fluid. It was a good drive. And an 84 for Jimmy, and 84 for Jimmy. Jimmy definitely looking to come out in that second qualifying lap and knock out that outside zone 1 and grab that few extra points on the board. We have our next 235 driver up on the line, Steven Weiss.
All right, Steven Weiss taking his first qualifying run, tossing it in there. Pretty decent job in outer zone number 1, about a midline there, but he throws entirely too much angle. Sometimes you yee when you should haul.
You know,
it's okay.
He's got all the rubber side downs. He's doing all right. He's doing okay.
This is why the drivers get 2 qualifying passes. Sometimes the car's doing something spooky, and you can clean it up for the second run. So that will be a 0 on Steve's first run, but we'll see him back up for his second qualifying run.
Our next driver, unfortunately, after Steven seeing that 0 in his first qualifying lap, our next driver playing double duty this weekend, both in the 235 class and the high roller, Connor O'Sullivan, trekking across back over the country after wadding up a car, taking home some podium trophies. He is looking to bring that blood, sweat, and energy out here to the round 1 of the Gambler in both classes.
Also a regular to the Gambler and an FD driver. We are bummed to see his BMW a little mid-watted. I'd say a little bit watted. But luckily he does have that S14 chassis that we see him run in the Gambler here, so we can see him take some laps. And I'm stoked that he's running both classes with that. I think that's crazy.
Yeah, I believe he is just switching the tires.
Correct.
And I mean, honestly, that's the best way to come over to the Gambler, is just run everything. You get such a spectrum of drivers and talent out here that you would get the most exciting drive. And plus, out here in the stadium, there's walls. So like now you're getting led to death and you got to survive. Like that's what you pay for.
Our drone took a quick 5 seconds to change batteries
He
there.
needed a nap.
We need our eye in the sky. There's no shenanigans with the drone. You might look like you ran a dope lap, but the drone tells no lies. And that's a lot of the times how our judges can really narrow down on the battles and see who the winner is, because we have literally an eye directly above you.
If you guys are here live and in person and you want to see Connor O'Sullivan take his first qualifying run from the drone, tune in to the live stream both on Facebook and YouTube.
Connor O'Sullivan tossing it in there, doing a great job on outer zone number 1, getting nice and deep as he transitions over to grab 2. That car's screaming as it comes around outer zone number 2. That Raceway car grabs the inner clip, really nice positioning there of the car, and he transitions out to grab outer zone number 3. Maybe a little weird getting into that zone, but he does a great job as he comes across the line. That'll be some points on the board for Connor O'Sullivan.
Definitely a solid drive out of O'Sullivan, waiting for our judges to do their tallies. They are watching that exact same replay you guys are seeing at home on the live stream. Thank you guys for tuning in, joining us here at round 1 of the Gambler at Raceway Park in the infamous Drift Stadium. This repurposed NHRA drag strip is now the home of both Formula D and the Gambler Series. We will be taking the next round over to the road course. And if you want to try your luck battling it out with all our drivers here in this series, you can get signed up for yourself at racewaypark.com. Make sure you get signed up now for round 2 and battle it out. We're waiting for our next qualifying driver to come up onto the line. Mike Sampson piloting that E30 BMW. Our drone is up in the air, waiting for the green lights to illuminate. And an 89.6 for Connor O'Sullivan. Mike Sampson, our next 235 qualifying driver, up on the line, waiting to take his first run. Our judges are ready, waiting for that green light to illuminate on that repurposed drag tree sitting underneath the tower here at Raceway Park.
All right, the lights are out and away we go. Mike Sampson in that E30. I think this is the first time we're seeing this car, unless I'm mistaken. I always love to see an E30 out there. Doing a nice job on entry, little flick there just to grab the edge of outer zone number 1. Coming around, getting just to the edge of outer zone 2. That thing is screaming as he comes through. But he does a great job on that inner clip, transitioning with a ton of speed, again, to grab just the edge of outer zone number 3. Overall, I think his line was dope, just a little deeper if he wants to party.
You know, when I'm watching Sampson go around doing his qualifying run, I feel like I just didn't download the DLC for whatever car he's driving. Like, I didn't unlock it. Like, I didn't pay my money to see what it is.
Just black on black
on
black.
It's not unlocked yet. And Mike Sampson with a 73. Mike Sampson with a 73 on his first qualifying lap. That's going to bring up our next 235 driver on the bill. The man, the myth, the legend, Mike Knapp, piloting his black S13.
Everyone's favorite dad takes his first lap here in his S chassis. He's letting Chris drive his other car for his birthday. Mike Knapp with a little bobble on entry there, doesn't really quite get into outer zone number 1, but does a nice job there tossing that car into outer zone number 2. He starts out good, but sort of coming with the edge of OZ2, coming around to grab that inner clip nicely. Perfect angle there on that inner, tosses it in, nicely done there on outer zone number 3. Good job saving that run.
Yeah, Knapp definitely turned it up as that lap took off. His outside zone number 1 was definitely a lackluster, but 2 to 3, solid. Definitely looking forward to see his improvements into his second qualifying lap here after we run through the list of the 235 drivers, but we'll have to lean on our judges' math skills to see where he's going to land in our battle bracket.
Hey, that's why they get 2 runs. You can do whatever. You get another one.
Yeah, the safe route is always great. Me personally, I like to boof it in round 1. That way, round 2, I have to do it. It's called procrastination.
That's crazy, Mike. I think you should talk to someone about that.
I did. They keep sending me home. And a 74.6 for Mike Knapp. A solid drive out of Mike. Definitely want to see him clean up that outside zone number 1. maybe a gnarly entry. Now he's got some points on the board. Like,
Yeah.
really risk it for the biscuit.
Clean up that entry a little bit. A little 1-2 buck on my shoe. A little cleaner, and I think he'll be all right.
Just more sauce.
There's something
More
to be
sauce.
said about the entry getting messed up. Really does not set you up well for the rest of the run, so props to him for saving that one. Up next, we have Adam Daniels, Mr. Vert himself, a regular here at the Gambler. He's usually driving super aggressive, and there he goes into outer zone number 1, doing a great job getting deep in that zone. Not a ton of angle here, but he's getting into outer zone number 2, leaving that as a skosh. This is not the Adam Daniels of last year. Doing a nice job on that inner clip and transitioning into outer zone number 3, pouring on the angle. That's what I'm talking about. That's the zone right there, Mr. Daniels.
It's always fun to watch drivers adapt to like a mistake they made. It looks like Daniels came into outside zone number 2, got into the dirt just before the start of outside 2, maybe puckered up the butt a little bit as he came off of the throttle, tried to left foot brake to keep the car on the asphalt, but it actually wanted a little more throttle. He ended up cleaning it up towards the end of outside 2, and then really showing what he's capable of going through outside zone number 3. Once again, another driver, first lap of the year, you know? We'll give him number 2 to like clean it up, but a solid lap out of Daniels should put him into the bracket.
And let's not forget last year, him getting way too gnarly trying to win practice and eating all of the wall of death. So
Don't influence them to go down. I want up. We like carnage.
No, we don't, Michael.
I do. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. And Daniels with a 72.6, a 72.6 for Adam Daniels in his first qualifying lap. Our next 235 driver piloting that S14, Mark Landerville, shooting out from underneath that Raceway Park tower.
Another driver running both classes here, tossing in a ton of angle, maybe a little too much, but he's pouring smoke as he comes around from 1 to 2, all the way at the edge of the line. He came out today, down there in outer zone number 2, grabbing that inner clip with a ton of angle, and then transitioning, pouring smoke into outer zone number 3. That was an aggressive run.
See? It's like, see?
It's like he heard you.
That's what I want.
Do you think he has the live stream in his helmet right now? He should.
Hey, bud, good job. You did a great job.
We're proud of you.
What? We don't make the calls around here. We gave it up to those 3 idiots over there.
Can you believe they won't let us do all the smart people stuff? That's crazy.
Well, then, let's be honest. It's because Ricky's bad at math. He's over there for practice.
I see him counting on his fingers. No, I'm just kidding.
Why is his shoes off? We are waiting for our judges' calculation of Mark Landerville's first qualifying lap here at round 1 of the Gambler at Raceway Park. If you guys are just joining us here on the live stream, welcome. You guys are not missing any of the action just yet. We are just in our first rundown of the 235 class qualifying. We still have the entire high roller class to work through, and then we get into our tandem battles here later today. And Mark with an 87.6 and 87.6 for Landerville in his first qualifying lap.
Up next on the line, we have Fred Kawa in that Z. I think this is his first Gambler, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's been practicing a ton today, tossing in with a lot of angle, but missing outer zone number 1, getting a little too overzealous there on that entry. Doing a nice job coming around to outer zone number 2, but he's definitely not as deep as we want him. He's missing almost that entire zone there, unfortunately. Not a ton of angle and offline there for that inner clip as he transitions around, just kissing the edge of outer zone number 3, but that will be a complete run. He will get a score for that one.
Yeah, definitely not getting into the boxes that we would like to see, but he did complete the lap. It was a safe notion. It looked like outside zone 1 maybe faulted off a little bit of inertia and momentum for him, and he had to try to clean it up. Maybe the machine itself fighting him back a little bit. Hopefully he can get whatever it is cleaned up for his second qualifying lap.
Well, that's another thing here. We don't know what's going on with the car. We're not in the car, so it could be something going on, mechanical failure.
Bees! It was bees!
There could be bees. Thank you, Mike. Also, let's not discount the entry of this track is gnarly. You basically have to flick it against the wall to properly set yourself up for outer zone number 1.
And speaking from experience, if you do overcook that, all those nice little blocks there, those yellow and blue boxes, it's basically bowling, and it's like getting beat up because you said something bad.
There's no extra points for those boxes.
No.
Yeah.
We don't let you go off track here. The boxes beat you back onto track. Calla with a 37 for his first qualifying score. I'm sorry, a 37.6 for his first qualifying score. It is a score. It will put him into the battle brackets, but we'd like to see him clean it up for his qualifying lap number 2.
Up next on the line is Chris Knapp, the birthday boy himself in that 1J. Apparently this car had no motor mounts like an hour ago, but he does a nice job there. You'd never know it with outer zone number 1. Coming around outer zone number 2, he's really fighting that thing. I hope they got that issue figured out as he's coming around to grab that inner clip, transitioning with a ton of speed pouring on angle to grab outer zone number 3 and across the line. That is crazy. He was telling me that the steering column was hitting one of the motor mounts that was no longer attached.
So that sucks. That is the scariest thing when you're doing exactly what you think you should be doing and the car's just like, psych, no, I'm the boss now. So kudos to him and his team for getting that cleaned up and back out for a qualifying lap. That is a scary thing to take on here, especially in the stadium. These walls are very unforgiving. Never mind the fact that he's piloting his dad's car for his birthday today. All right, so we have a correction. I believe we're going to double check this. We believe we may have had a driver bail out and we have mixed up our new drivers here. We're going to confirm our scores. Look like we have an issue between Fred Kawa and Daniel Garcia. We're going to confirm which driver was piloting that car, and then we'll move on. We're waiting for Chris Knapp's qualifying score from our judges. We apologize for any confusion. It is the first round, we're getting our marbles going, getting everything moist, lubricated.
Gross, Mike.
Nobody likes it dry, Sarah.
In drifting, we prefer that. We don't like a wet run. We want a nice dry run.
It's a good run if it ends wet. All right, we do have confirmation here that it looks like because of our driver's list, Fred Kawa, unfortunately having a mechanical issue, was unable to make it out for qualifying. Thus, that run you saw in that 350Z piloted by Daniel Garcia is actually the driver that qualified. We'll get that cleaned up for a second qualifying lap. The points have been adjusted. Unfortunately, Fred, thank you for coming out, dragging your machine out here, blowing it up during practice or whatever happened. Thank you for showing up for round 1 of the Gambler, but we're gonna get right back into our 235 qualifying where we got Francis Knuckle shoving that 370Z into outside zone number 1. Rotates out in the outside zone number 2, doing a good job keeping that rear axle where it needs to be. Needs to keep that car nice and planted and fluid as he completes outside zone number 2. Does a solid job, tons of wheel smoke as he comes through that inside clip, rotates that car all the way out to that wall of death, a bit shy off the line, but nonetheless solid, controlled over the finish line and back underneath the tower. And we have Chris Knapp's qualifying score, an 85.3, and I repeat, an 85.3 for Chris Knapp. And Knuckle with an 81.3. Knuckle with an 81.3 in his first qualifying lap. The lights already illuminated on our next driver.
Up next is Kevin Rozalski with that new livery this year. A fresh rebuild, I think, tossing it in there nice and deep, maybe kissing the wall a little bit. Great job on outer zone number 1. As he's coming around, again, he's got his tire planted on the edge of outer zone number 2. Doing a great job there exiting, grabbing that inner clip, and he's cooking as he tosses in a getting wild into outer zone number 3. He's known for these runs, man. I expect nothing less.
I don't know if you guys can see it on the live stream, but that passenger tire coming through outside zone number 2, you can see that BMW leaned in. That thing is leaning in the entire way. The other side of the car is just a completely different animal. That was a good run.
He came to party.
That was a good run. Rozalski, great run, dude. Kevin,
I'm going to
killing
go
it.
on a limb here and say the only reason we didn't see this good of runs from him last year is because he had so much car trouble.
He seems confident. His machine seems to work. We are waiting for our judges' final math. All right, our judges are finally tallying up Kevin Rozalski's final score, and he's going to get a 91 for his first qualifying lap out of Kevin. A solid score. We're going to jump right into our next qualifying lap here.
This is Anthony Rizzo there in that S13, tossing it in a ton of angle, but it's a little too soon, Junior, because he misses all of outer zone number 1. Doing a great job getting his car into outer zone number 2, though. A little bit early, all the way in the bottom, pouring smoke as he turns to grab that inner clip maybe a little bit far inside, and then getting super wide into outer zone number 3. Nicely done there. That's a bummer about
If you're going to clean it up, that's how to clean it up. But unfortunately, didn't get the first half of the checklist exactly the way he wanted. That outside zone number 1 definitely going to weigh heavy in the judges' eyes. It looks like that car is ready to move, but it's going to need a good shove. Looks like he's getting comfortable with it towards the end of his lap, but he's going to get some points regardless. He'll end up in the battle bracket. He made it through the finish line. We just have to wait for the judges to do the numbers. And a 67.6 for Rizzo.
On the line now, we have Jason Ferrin there in the most interesting car I have seen today, tossing in a ton of angle just to kiss the beginning of outer zone number 1. Nicely done there as he transitions into outer zone number 2, feathering that throttle to keep his car planted in that zone, looking super smooth as he exits, grabbing that inner clip really, really well, and picking up speed as he transitions into outer zone number 3. We can barely see the back of that car from the smoke and across the line.
A solid lap out of Jason in his wagon out here at Raceway Park for the first round of the Gambler. We're going to have to wait for our judges to do the math of his first qualifying score, going through outside zone number 3 with enough wheel speed to smoke out everybody here in the bleachers. If you are not here live and in person at Raceway Park, thank you for joining us here on the live stream. If you are not on the live stream to see these amazing drone shots, log in, subscribe.
Share it with your friends. Make them super jealous.
Jump in the chat.
It's a decent day. There's no weather.
You know what? Start a fist fight in the chat. Jason with an 82. Jason with an 82 for his first qualifying lap. A solid drive out of Fern.
Now we have our last driver, also the last one to show up to the driver's meeting, piloting my old daily driver. I changed the oil maybe one time in that car. Stoked to see it out here at the Gambler. Max. Max.
Killen, what are you doing? Special plays right there, special plays. All right, just sit back and enjoy this car accident.
I'm so sorry. We're friends with him. We're allowed to give him a hard time. I promise I would never laugh at somebody that didn't deserve it. This dude showed up to the driver's meeting 30 minutes late with a bowl of macaroni.
All right, so just so everyone's aware, whatever happened there, I don't know if he forgot to turn the AC off or what happened. In practice, he was doing a great job.
As I said to his smart butt in the driver's meeting, he beats himself.
You know, you can say ass.
Can we?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be good. I'm
All right,
trying
that's
to turn
fair.
over a new leaf. They all get, in good faith, even though that was a fat 0. All the judges gave him a 1, I think for entertainment purposes, but he does get a 1. Great job there by Mr. Kimlin.
I mean, that will put him into the brackets here, so good luck, everybody else. In all seriousness, we do hope Max Kimlin does clean up his qualifying lap in run number 2, because run number 1 was definitely not something that our judges were expecting. All right, that concludes the first runs of our 235 class. We're going to flip it all the way back up to the top, where Nathaniel Chen, piloting that FD RX-7, will take his second qualifying lap.
Yeah, not his FD Pro car, but looks super comfy in that RX-7. I really like to watch him drive this one. Podcast comments aside, I do like him driving this RX-7.
Nate ready to take his second qualifying lap here with the lights illuminated underneath that Raceway Park Tower for round 1 of the Gambler.
All right, let's see if he can pick up some more points. He's currently sitting on an 88.3. Toss it in, getting into outer 1. There's a little bit late, but looking absolutely settled as he comes around to grab outer zone number 2. Absolutely hammering the throttle in order to super smooth and confident coming through the center section, pouring smoke and pouring on the angle to grab outer zone number 3. I think he picked up a few points. I don't want to get too crazy.
Nate already sitting on an 88.3 from run number 1, looking to make some improvements here. All right, just waiting for our judges to calculate Nate Chen's second qualifying run here at round 1 of the Gambler.
We're just snacking on some fruit roll-ups, going over the numbers.
These are fruit by the foot.
Oh, my biscuit. Fruit by the foots.
All right.
We will be doing a fruit by the foot race later.
I won last time.
You did, because you used your big throat.
Yep, defending champ.
Defending fruit by the foot gobbling champion. I can't touch it, Mike.
You know what? Just a pro. All right, our judges are finally giving us our scores. All right, he's going to get an 83.3, holding on to that 88 in run number 1 for Nate Chen. Our second lap of our second runs of our 235 class is Trevor Root piloting his OG E36.
Trevor Root with a big flick into 1, but just a little too early because he's not quite as deep as we want to see him in that zone. But planning his
that deep enough?
tire. Yeah, that's deep enough for me, Mike. Doing a great job in outer zone number 2, putting the tire right on the edge of that zone. Nicely done on that inner clip as well, and he's tossing it in a ton of angle, little left foot break in, and catches some dirt on outer zone number 3. He's getting wild.
Up.
Boys, what did I say in the driver's meeting? If you spin over the line, they may not give you a 0, but I will bully you. Trevor Root, get it together, brother.
Well, okay, so now that Trevor, he's going deep into all the zones, just like you requested. Are you satisfied with that run?
I'm not satisfied with my care, because we don't like spinning over the line.
No.
I want to see car control. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, no rollbacks, none of that stuff. No 360s.
You can roll back in the burnout box as a treat.
Once. Once. Everybody gets one. All right, we're waiting for our next driver to pull up to the line, as well as our judges to finish off the math here. They're having a deliberation as if Trevor Root's shenanigans over the finish line are going to weigh into his scores. 73.3, he's going to hang on to his 80 of run number 1. I repeat, Trevor Root will hang on to run number 1's score of an 80. Moving into our next driver, Joe Zacchio. Zacchio? Joe, come see me, bud. We'll fix this.
Zacchio,
we'll fix this.
But feel free to send any of your crew guys up here and say, hey, idiots, this is how you pronounce it. So apologies in advance. Love the S14. Tossing it in there. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Gentle.
Catching a little bit too much of the wall, which causes him to miss outer zone number 1. If he took like 10% off, that would have been cool. Not quite as far as we want to see him in outer zone number 2. He's barely at the edge of that zone. The line is great, but not really where we want to see him at the track. And then again, just kissing the edge of outer zone number 2. Again, we talked about it earlier. It's really tough to save a run once you enter like that.
I got to say, that car took that wall really well. It did transfer all that energy and shut down his momentum getting into that outside zone, as Sarah was saying, which basically threw away a lot of points in our judges' eyes, but he did come over the finish line. He did complete it. He's going to wait for his score. He already having a score in run number 1, sitting with a 58. He's looking for a major point increase here. Hopefully that does not cost him. And 69.3, a nice run. 69.3 for Joe Zacchio.
I think the judges really liked his aggression, and I think they're going to forgive that wild entry just a little bit. It definitely docked him some points, so let that be known.
It's an A for effort. That's
Up
all we
next
want.
On the line, we have Colin Cressett, Mr. Croissant himself. He's out for blood. He's been driving aggressive all day, and I think, well, he was our P1 qualifier for a minute. He still is. Nope, he's tied. Just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, he flicks it in there. Nicely done. Super wide on entry. This is the aggression we saw in practice and all day in qualifying. Doing a great job. He is planting that rear tire on the outer edge of outer zone number 2. He's putting on a clinic here. Grabbing that inner clip. Really, really nicely done as he transitions. A ton of angle, a ton of speed into outer zone number 3. Jeez, guys, that was amazing.
Colin coming with the energy. He has had a pretty rough go in the last 3 years. He comes out swinging every time. He's had some bad hands. He's had some good hands. He's had some bad drives, and he always has an excellent drive to follow it up. I'm liking this energy right now.
Bridesmaiding, not briding, for a while now, and I know that's just making him even more hungry for the top of the podium.
Well, if I'm going to say anything, he just caught that bouquet with his teeth after that lap.
He did. He said, hold my beer. Figuratively, of course.
No, he's got cup holders. Our judges' scores are in for Colin's second lap. Did he catch the bouquet? An 89.3. I mean, he got in a fist fight over it. 89.3 for Colin's second qualifying lap. We'll see him in the battle brackets. Looking forward to his tandem battles later today. We're going to get rid of the rest of our 235 drivers for their second qualifying run, and then we got our high roller class just after that. So thank you guys for joining us here for round 1 of the Gambler at Raceway Park, both live and in person and on the internet.
The lights are out for Jimmy Raver while he takes his second qualifying run. Another Gambler regular. We've seen him out here in the Gambler class before, tossing it in with a ton of angle, but not quite as deep as we want to see him in outer zone number 1. Doing a great job with outer 2, though.
Cranked.
Absolutely gnarly.
Still cranked.
Perfect
Still cranked.
Positioning in that inner clip.
crank the other way.
We can't even see the car as he comes through outer zone number 3. Talk about throttle commitment.
Jimmy is no shy stranger to the aggression. Already sitting with an 84. He's looking for those extra points, and let's see if that wheel speed gave him those points we were looking for. Our judges are finding out Jimmy's scores right now for his second qualifying run. They were looking good, but I'm bad at math. And an 87, he finds a few more points with that extra wheel speed. Jimmy Revert with an 87 on his second qualifying lap, definitely boosting his position into the battle brackets here later today.
On the line, we have Steven Weiss in that S13. He's sitting on a goose egg, so we need to see him put some points on the board here. Hopefully he can figure it out for the second run. Hopefully the car's doing all right. The lights are out, away we go. Steven tossing it in there, just grabbing the edge of the beginning of outer zone number 1.
Just keep it in.
Keep
it in, keep it in. Yes.
2. Nice job there. Let's see if he can keep it planted. A little bit of a wavering line in outer 2. He's nice and set up for that inner clip as he transitions across the track, throwing a ton of angle, but just barely missing outer zone number 3. I do think that's going to be some points on the board, Mike.
That is going to get him into the tandem battles here later today, the 235 class. I like the energy, just a little more point, you know? A little more point. All right, getting word over the radio that Connor O'Sullivan said, I'm not taking my second qualifying lap, I'm gonna go take a nap. So our next driver on the line is Mike Sampson. O'Sullivan's taking a chill. He's like, I got points, I'm good. I'm not gonna waste anything more. He is playing double duty today, so that probably is wise, saving his machine, because all he is doing is changing tires between the 235 class and the high roller class. If you guys are unaware, the 235 class is essentially a 235 millimeter approved tire off of our approved tire list only. You can only run the rubber that the gambler says is safe. You don't want to take out a bad rubber. You know, you get holes in it and
it's
stuff.
A pretty extensive list,
it gets bad quick. Speaking of getting bad quick, here comes Sampson, that not unlocked car, already zoning in to outside zone number 1.
Black on black, Mike. Doing a great job as he transitions across the track to grab outer zone number 2. He's on the midline there. Landed as he comes across inner clip. Doing a great job on that one and only inner clip at the track here today. Tossing in the angle. Fully committed on the throttle as he comes across the line. I love these lower-ish horsepowered cars that can just flat transition. I love that.
You know what the craziest thing is? Like, they don't have that much less momentum than the cars that are out here screaming. So it's super cool to see the guys come out, figure out their machine, balance it off, and really throw down to put down a high qualifying score out here on the 235 tire.
And while the judges are deliberating on Mike Sampson's score, we do have a score for Steven Weiss, and he's going to take a 69.3, fully respectable score, and that's going to get him in the bracket. Nicely done there.
Sampson completing his run. We're waiting for our judges to come up with the numbers. Our next driver on the line, Mike Knapp, piloting his S13. Sampson with a 78.3. Mike Sampson with a 78.3. The lights illuminated on our next driver, Mike Knapp, shooting out from underneath that Raceway Park Tower here at round 1 of the Gambler.
Let's see if he can clean up that entry, and he looks like he does a little bit. Getting a little squirrely still and missing outer zone number 1. I'm wondering if the car's got something up with it there. Doing a great job with outer zone number 2. On the proper line, just not quite as deep as we want to see him there with that car. Doing a great job on the inner clip as he transitions across the track to grab outer zone number 3, and nicely done there as he crosses the line. Wonder if that car is maybe a little too tight. What's going on there?
Well, he might just be playing it safe. He knows all he has to do is get into the bracket. He might be maybe eyeing up somebody to battle, or he's you know, chilling. Knapp's a big boy. He knows what he's doing. If you guys are wondering why the car never hit any of the boxes on the outside but still are getting judgeable scores is because of the fluidity of the run. The car is still chaseable, giving tons of real estate for his chase driver to fall into. So really putting himself at a disadvantage, thus the lower qualifying scores. But Mike Knapp, nonetheless, getting the job done. And he's going to hang on to his first qualifying score with a 70 in qualifying run number 2. So he'll sit with his 74 qualifying run number 1.
And here goes Adam Daniels, already heading for his second qualifying run. Nice job there, looking a little more settled in outer zone number 1 than his first run. Tossing it in there, getting nice and deep in outer zone number 2. Let's see if he can stay there. He's exiting that zone a little bit early for my liking. Does a nice job on that inner clip as he transitions topless into outer zone number 3. He's definitely here to party as he crosses the line there in that vert.
Yeah, the only thing that I could see out of Adam Daniels out of that run is I want that man to floor it, clutch kick it, stop that left foot braking. It's pulling you out of the zone. He's doing everything he needs to do, getting that car where it needs to be. Unfortunately, just pulling out of the zone is just a tad early. Daniel sitting with a 72.6 of his first run with an improvement of 78 in his second qualifying run. I repeat, a 78 for Adam Daniels' second qualifying lap.
Up next on the line is Mark Landreville sitting on an 87.6. He is going to take his second run here. Let's see if he can grab some more points, potentially move himself up in that qualifying order.
No stranger to the wheel speed. Looking forward to watching the tire smoke shoots off the back of this S14 as he clicks into outside zone number 1. Just shy of the line of outside zone number 1 as he transitions nice and deep in the outside 2, set way before the zone, getting dialed in now, putting down that wheel speed. All that tire smoke blaring from the backside of that S14 as he pulls back into that one and only inside clip. That car is locked on rails as he rotates into outside zone, the wall of death, number 3, and across the finish line. Ton of tire smoke coming out of Mark Landreville's S14. Watch this man completely destroy a mountain and eardrums at the same time. Mark giving us a solid drive, giving our judges something to peer at as they confuse all their numbers. They're doing their averages right now, getting that second qualifying score for Mark Landreville. And he pulls out one more point with an 88. Mark Landreville with an 88 for his second qualifying lap.
Up next on the line, we have Daniel Garcia. Apologies for mixing you up last time. We were running down a list pretty quickly as well, too, so we were like blacking out up here. But anyway, this is Daniel Garcia in that Z. If we remember correctly, his first run could use a little combing, a little fine-tooth comb, so let's hope he can clean it up here and get some more points on the board. A little bit of an early entry. It's almost like he was watching Max's run, and he does straighten out there in outer zone number 2. We're going to have to
keeps it out of the wall. He keeps it out of the wall.
All right, good job there, but we are going to have to defer to the judges of whether or not that can be a scored run or if he's going to have to take a 0. He does have some points on the board with a 37.6. So he will still get into the show.
Our judges are going to give him a 0. He's going to have to lean on his first qualifying run to make it into the bracket here later today. That brings up our next qualifying driver piloting that 1 Series BMW, the birthday boy, Chris Knapp.
The birthday boy is sitting on an 85.3. I know he's hungry for a few more points there, so let's see what he's got and hope those motor mounts are going to stick with him.
You don't need motor mounts. That's what the trans mount's for.
Where we're going, we don't need motor mounts. Chris with a nice big and aggressive flick. Okay, that is how you do outer zone number 1, everybody. Nicely done there as he comes across the track. Pouring on the angle, he's about a midline through outer zone. Nicely done there as he's planning exiting outer zone number 2 to grab that inner clip, almost carrying a wheel there as he tosses kicking up a cloud of dust on the stands. We're sorry, everybody who's watching there. You're living in a
those poor people. We're so sorry.
That's a souvenir that you didn't sign up for.
Well, unfortunately, you are in the slash zone, so.
And Chris is free willy, just slapping his tail on all y'all. Let's see what the judges have to say.
And he does find the improvements. Chris Knapp with a 91.6 out of his second qualifying lap here. A 91.6 out of the birthday boy, Chris Knapp.
Next up on the line, we have Francis Knuckle. Great name. I wonder how well his knuckles are in that car. Is he just super good luck with knuckles? I don't know. Big flick there on entry. Okay,
White-knuckled. White-knuckled.
That was fantastic. A ton of style on entry there. A little bit shallow in outer zone number 2. The drivers are not dropping out. As he exits outer zone 2. Grabbing that inner clip and transitioning with a ton of speed to grab outer zone number 3. That entry, I take it back. That's also how you do it. Whenever I see a driver go for a big flick there, I'm always like, but that's he pulled it off.
He did. He definitely did. He did get him into a little bit of a wobble there going into outside zone number 2. Our judges harmonizing with her, which was really, honestly, it was kind of magical. But he does have a solid score out of his first lap. Looking for our judges to get the rest of the map. Already sitting on an 81.3 in run number 1, looking for those few extra points. And a few more points on the board with an 88.3 out of Knuckle.
Our next driver is Kevin Rozalski in that fresh build. He came here to party, if I remember correctly. His first run was pretty darn aggressive with a 91, so let's see what he's got for us as he tosses that car in there. Oh, again,
yes.
Textbook kissing the wall there in outer zone number 1.
Do it again.
Doing a nice job as he comes around outer zone number 2. He's about a midline there in outer 2, but still absolutely settled as he comes through that zone. Grabbing that inner clip as he transitions, barely lifting, and back in the throttle to grab outer zone number 3.
Outside 3, yeah, outside 3. We love to see the drivers big shove into these zones. A lot of confidence, a lot of inertia, something that they were pre-planning. We don't want to watch the guy drive into the corner. We want to see you shove this thing into the corner. And he's going to hang on to that 91 out of his first run with an 88.3 out of run number 2. I am applauding the aggression.
Yeah, so I always waver back and forth on which zone is the most difficult. Entry is very hard at this track, but outer zone number 3, the wall of death, that wall is super close to where the track ends, and you have all that speed from the run transferring into that zone. So if you mess up there, catastrophic failure.
Yeah, I've watched a few buddies back it up in there and not drive away.
Up next, taking his second qualifying run, is Rizzo there in that S13. Not quite exactly where we want to see him in outer zone number 1, but he's coming around the track there to kiss just the edge of a little bit less settled, but he's absolutely pouring smoke as he comes across that inner clip and transferring out to outer zone number 3. Little bobble there in 3, but other than that, a pretty clean run.
All right, looks like we got other drivers from our 235 class jumping up and signing up for our high roller class as well. Francis Knuckle, not satisfied with his 235 performances alone. He wants more. He just signed up for the high roller class. He's about to get their qualifying underway.
All right, up next we have Jason Farron in there in the most stylish car out today, doing a great job with outer zone number 1. Transferring into outer zone number 2. Ton of angle there, nicely done. Wheel right on the edge of that zone. Feathering the throttle to keep that car planted as he comes across that inner clip and transitioning again, more angle. He's got angle for days. Pouring smoke as he comes around outer zone number 3. And we do have a score for Anthony Rizzo. He's going to get a 69.3 on the second run, and that is going to better his score of a 67.6. He's going to keep that 69.3 and move on to our bracket.
Jason already sitting with an 82 in his first qualifying run in our 235 class here at round 1 of the Gambler. Waiting for our judges to do their final inputs for his second qualifying lap. And finding a few more points with an 85.3 for Jason Farron.
All right, everyone, you might want to pay attention to this run because it's either going to be good or funny. We have Max Kimlin on the line. Let's see if he can pilot that 330 around the track. I did used to own this one, so I would like to see it do good.
Remember, no flash photography, you scare them.
No loud noises or sudden movements.
All right, let's. And a big flick out of Kimlin. He clicks into the zone. That's enough. He rotates on the outside too. Does he make it? No, up, a little wiggle. Kimlin, much better than run number 1. That's drifting. He's drifting. Kimlin's doing a good job pulling that E46 through that 330i through the inside clip.
Doing it.
And he was really close to outside zone number 3.
Again, I said it before, with these lower horsepowered cars, especially if you set them up to be a little bit more grippy, you have to be committed on the throttle. If not, you look like the silliest goose that has ever existed. And unfortunately, he looks a skosh silly. The entry was better.
He could have got sillier.
It's true, we saw him get sillier on the first one.
He could have got sillier.
Yeah.
I promote him getting sillier.
Of course you do.
Kimlin definitely picking up a few more points from his first qualifying lap, sitting with 1 single point from qualifying run number 1. And he does make an improvement with a 46.6. Max Kimlin with a 46.6. All right, with Max Kimlin completing his second qualifying lap, that is going to conclude the 235 qualifying here today. But don't go anywhere. We're going to jump right into our high roller class. This is an unlimited tire, unlimited machine. Run what you brun. These drivers have brought rocket ships. They are locked and loaded back there waiting to warm up their tires and take their first licks at the qualifying here at Raceway Park round 1 of the Gambler. So if you're joining us here on the live stream, this would be a great time. Quickly get a backroom break, some few more snacks, maybe a drink, sit back down, and we're gonna see these guys battle it out for their positioning into our tandem battle brackets here later today. We will be running both battle brackets of the 235 class and the high roller class here at Raceway Park for round 1 of the Gambler. So stay tuned as we collect our drivers, and we'll get back to our action here momentarily. All right, we're ready to go with our high roller class. Mike shooting out for his first qualifying lap here as he jumps into outside zone number 1, gets nice and deep in the outside zone number 1 as he rotates that S13 across the center field into outside zone number 2. A little bit of a bobble there and left foot brake as he gets that car nice and settled in the outside zone number 2. Gets all the way through, keeping those taillights in the box as he rotates up that inside clip. A great job there as he rotates into our wall of death, that last outside zone. Mike, a phenomenal drive out of here for his first qualifying lap. I apologize for a little bit of silence. I am shoving pizza into my throat.
Now I just took the fastest bathroom break imaginable. Once you hit 30, it's like any sort of exercise, I'm out of breath, you know?
Everything hurts. Everything hurts.
Inside and outside.
Oh, I'm good on the inside. Our next driver up on the line, Casey Rodriguez. I got it. Casey Rodriguez taking his first qualifying lap here in the high roller class at Yeet 350Z, working his way through our course in the stadium. A big shove in the outside zone number 2, keeps it on the asphalt. A little bit of a pull out there, going halfway out the outside zone 2, gets into the outside of the box, getting it on the pull out on the edge, gets that front inside clip and a big rotation. Keeps it on the asphalt. A good job getting into outside zone number 3 and across the finish line. A solid drive out of Casey Rodriguez in that Yeet Fleet 350Z. And a Mike with an 88.6, Rosh with an 88.6 for his first qualifying lap. We'll have to wait for our judges for our second qualifying lap out of Casey Rodriguez. Our next driver sitting on the line waiting to take his first qualifying lap here of the high roller class, Alan Boss, piloting that new chassis for himself, dragging that thing down to Atlanta for his Pro Spec debut, taking some laps out here at Raceway Park. And Casey Rodriguez with a 79 for Casey Rodriguez. All right, it looks like our drone needs a quick nap. Just give us a few seconds to swap the batteries out, make sure that thing is back up in the air for you guys, for your entertainment purposes, as well as our judge's eye in the sky. We're gonna put a little bit of ice on Alan Boss as he sits on the grid, sitting behind those red lights illuminated on that repurposed drag tree here at Raceway Park.
What do you like better, Mike? You like the figure 8 or you like the road course?
Road course.
Really?
Yeah, road course.
I'm partial to the figure 8.
I mean, I love the carnage here of all the walls, the decision making that has to happen, the response, the reaction time. You have to be where you need to be here, and there is no other way. But the road course has my heart. I like to go really fast and do, too much, and the road course gives me that option.
All right, Alan Boss taking his first qualifying run there in that fresh build. Looking good here as he tosses it into that first outer zone.
Right there.
Oh my gosh, dude. Dragging the wall a little bit and getting right to the edge of that zone. Really nicely done here as he comes around outer zone number 2. Looking as he comes around to grab that inner clip and transition across the track to grab outer zone number 3. Maybe a little timid going into 3, but overall a really solid first run.
Now, I was chatting with Alan over in the driver's meeting. He was saying he took out a ton of weight out of this car. It is a similar setup to his old setups, except he has revamped the entire car for his debut down at Pro Spec. He may be a little timid through his qualifying runs, number 1, but I know this man is a working weapon. He built that entire thing at home, coming out here, testing it down. He's getting used to the new settings, the new way it works. I'm definitely looking forward to him getting into a tandem battles here, but we have to wait for his judge score for his first qualifying lap. Connor O'Sullivan sitting on the line waiting for take his first qualifying lap when we have the scores. A 78.3, a 78.3 for Alan Boss's first qualifying lap. Definitely, I know he's got some more points in him, so looking forward to his second qualifier.
Connor O'Sullivan on the line here in his S14. Didn't take his second qualifying run in the Gambler 235 class. I assume that's a strategy to prep for the high roller class. They would need to change tires if drivers run both of these classes on the same chassis. So he needs some extra prep time, and it looks like it paid off. Nice flick there into outer zone number 1. Looking settled as he comes across the track. Little e-brake pull to settle him there as he gets all the way to the edge. Another driver with a wheel on the edge outside line of that outer zone number 2. Really well done there by Connor O'Sully as he transitions across the track. Pouring smoke in outer zone number 3, looking settled across the line. An excellent first qualifying run.
Definitely cool to watch him navigate this course with both sides tires on, and the way he has to slightly change his inputs to make that machine do what it needs to do on those changes. I don't know what kind of setting change or setup changes he made out in the pits, but making the choice to skip his second qualifying lap in the 235 class looked like it set himself up super well for his first qualifying lap of the high roller class. We'll have to wait for our judges' final score to see where Connor O'Sullivan sits in our qualifying. And we have a new number 1 qualifier with a 90. Connor O'Sully with a 90 in his first qualifying lap. Our next driver up on the line, Gabriel in this crazy FRS.
Gabriel Beau Rivage tossing it in there, but just grabbing the first little bit of outer zone number 1. Pouring smoke as he transitions. Maybe clutch peeking there as he gets into outer zone number 2. Transfer across the track to grab outer inner clip number 1. Good God, Sarah, to get it together. And nicely done in outer zone number 3 as he crosses the line. I was gonna add that we wanna see drivers in the zones settled on the proper line on throttle. So any sort of correction, small error while you're inside the zone, they are gonna judge pretty harshly.
Yeah, I mean, bonus points. If you can get that car solid before the start of the zone and just ride it all the way out, that is the ideal. We wanna see snappy, fast transitions and fluid zone work. All our drivers out here in the high roller class have an unlimited tire. They can run whatever size they need, whatever horsepower they want, whatever machine. They can wear whatever shoes.
It's true. We're focused on shoes today, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even wearing shoes. Give me 15 more minutes, I'm not going to wear pants.
Oh, no. Please, God. Let's hurry up with qualifying.
And a 75.6, a 75.6 for Gabriel's first qualifying run here. Our next driver up on the line. Another appearance from Mark Landerville, another tire swap.
Landerville running both classes here. He's got the big boy tires on. He's ready to show us what he's got in the high roller unlimited class. Tossing it in, super aggressive, maybe a little bit too
Ride it out, ride it out. Keep going.
Which unfortunately causes him to straighten, and that is going to be a 0. Dang, that was shaping up to be a really, really good run. Up next on the line, we have another FD driver joining us in between rounds, Nick Novak in his party car. He got a little crazy with the wall in his FD car last weekend, or was it last weekend? I don't know. Time flies. 2 weeks ago. So we'll see what he's got for us here. Little practice runs on this oval before FD New Jersey next month. We're just going to take a second here to clean up that track. Unfortunately, Langerville went a little bit wild, putting a cone there in the center of the track. Shout out to all of our grid workers, all of our track workers. Without you guys, we would not be able to put this event on today, so thank you guys so much. And of course, our media in the barriers, getting all those fun shots for the internet.
A bigger shout out to each and every one of you sitting over there in the bleachers. Make some noise for yourselves, because thank you guys for joining us here live and in person so you can hear me shout Premio Sausage the way sausage should be. Hey, Doug. Dougie. Miss you, Dougie. All right, Nick Novak sitting on the line, waiting to take his first qualifying lap here of round one of the high roller class here at Raceway Park. Our judges are ready. Nick Novak getting a little bit of ice on the line, waiting for our grid worker to give him the green. All right, come on, Gus, hurry up. Yeah, there you go. Click the button.
All right, the lights are out. Let's send him Nick Novak with his first qualifying run of the unlimited tire high roller class. Tossing it in there, getting nice and wide. Again, a little too wide there, but he managed to save it as he tosses it into outer zone number 2. Again, he's trying to get all the way out to the head. He does. That party car with the all different colored body panels, it doesn't matter. Tossing it into outer zone number 3 as he comes across the line. I think a little too crazy on the entry, Mike. He's leaving a few points on the board.
Yeah, but he has another qualifying lap to clean it up. That Pro 1 driver, Nick Novak, doing what he needs to do to get into the show. We're going to see if he can clean it up on his second qualifying lap, but his first was solid. Piloting that E36 today, a little too much sauce going into outside zone number 1, but he cleaned up the rest of the lap, got some points on the board. We're going to see him in the show. All right, it's official from the judges with 3 tires off. Unfortunately, Nick Novak will land with a 0, making his second run do or die.
We need to see him out there for his second qualifying run. He needs to be a little more conservative on that entry, and it'll be shaping up to be a good run, but he does need some points on the board there. Up next on the line, we have Thiago Costa in that FRS BRZ, tossing it in there nice and smooth, getting into outer zone number 1. Pouring on the throttle, you can hear that V8 screaming. Across that track, pouring smoke on the angle, head into outer zone number 3, and across the line. Maybe a little conservative, but other than that, a pretty decent first run.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of patience on those smacks, but heavy smacks nonetheless. Costa doing what he needs to do to put the points on the board for his first qualifying lap here in the high roller class of the Gambler. We're going to have to wait for our judges' score on that, but a solid lap.
Yeah, well, the good thing about having a loud car is we can hear when you're on throttle. The bad thing about having a loud car is that we can hear when you're on throttle.
Yeah, we want to hear this thing screaming consistently the entire time. Less throttle modulation, the better. We also need the car to be fluid, so we don't need you fighting that throttle. We need a nice, balanced drive. Also playing double duty today, taking his first qualifying lap, Jason piloting that R31 wagon going here into outside zone number 1, nice and deep with the big tires on. Rotates that keep it reet all the way over to outside zone number 2. Doing a good job on that qualifying. Out of outside zone number 2, back into that inside clip. Rotates all the way over to outside zone number 3. Jason doing a good job keeping it out of the dirt.
Dude,
solid over the line.
The big boy tires are where it's at for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got 285s. I mean, they the sauce.
Okay.
You know, they sauce. I like tires.
We have a score for Thiago Costa. It's going to be an 80 for Thiago, an 80 on his first run.
It is very entertaining to me to watch these drivers come out here in the same machine with only a tire swap for both of these rounds, and watching them both adapt their driving style and their fluidity as well to that change in both setup and tire.
And shout out to their crew guys for doing double the tire swaps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Vinny's over there swapping tires for everybody, so shout out to our tire crew. If it's not Vinny, shout out to whoever's over there changing the rubber. So if anybody was wondering, Costa got an 80 on his first qualifying run. Jason is going to follow that up with an 86.3. Jason with an 86.3.
We have 2 more drivers to qualify on this first round for our unlimited high roller class. And then, of course, we'll start at the top and let these drivers put down a second run to better their scores. This is Trevor Root on the line here. He's another driver competing in both of our high roller and gambler classes, so both a 235 and unlimited tire. The lights are out and away we go. This is Trevor Root in his party car. Tossing it in there, nicely done. Maybe not a ton of angle there on entry, but really well done on line. Little left foot braking going in outer zone number 2, and he's putting the tire all the way on the edge. Nicely done there as he goes around the track to grab that inner clip. Transitioning across the line, picking up some speed and pouring on the angle as he goes all the way through outer zone number 3 and across the line.
A much more calculated Trevor Root in that first qualifying run here in the high roller class, piloting that OG E36, another driver making his debut down in Atlanta in Prospect. He built an entire new chassis, him and his family hard at work, having a little bit of engine troubles, getting that thing fixed up and taking a couple test laps here out during practice. I'm very stoked to see him driving his airplane car, though. If you don't know what an airplane car is, Trevor Root takes the taillights, he bends them out of 45 to make a point in the back so it looks like a Cessna.
With the wall, he bends them?
Yeah. Either outside 2, outside 3. Sometimes he hits outside 1. Every once in a while, he hits a random barrier over in the grass. Root's a good time. And an 86.3, tying with Farron, and an 86.3 Trevor Root in his first qualifying run. And our late sign-up, Francis Knuckle, also playing double duty.
I think someone told him how well he was doing in the 235, so we want to see what he's got in unlimited, tossing it in there, nicely done. Really quick entry, nice and fluid as he comes into outer zone number 2. Doing a great job there, like a mid to deep line outer zone number 2. As he comes across that inner clip and transitioning to that last outer zone, pouring the smoke on, a little more left foot brake to settle and across the line. Super fluid run there by Knuckle.
A great drive out of Knuckle on his first qualifying lap here at round 1 of the Gambler. That is going to conclude the first lap of our qualifying here in the high roller class, but don't go anywhere. We're going to flip the script right over again, and Mike's going to take his second qualifying lap here as soon as our judges are ready. And an 88.6 out of Francis Knuckle, an 88.6.
Fun facts, he is tied with Rosh for the first place qualifying position at this point. It is a tie, so we're going to need these drivers to take their second qualifying run so we can break that tie.
If you guys are just joining us on the live stream, this is the high roller second lap of qualifying going down right now. We've already concluded the entirety of the 235 qualifying. Don't worry, you didn't miss any of the tandem action yet today. We are going to get into both our 235 tandem battles and our high roller class here today at Raceway Park for round 1 of the Gambler. So if you guys are just joining us on the live stream, make sure you like, subscribe, go follow the Instagram, do all the social media stuff. Give us some love. Show some love to our sponsors that help make this event happen as we get our driver going. Mike's ready to go.
All right, we have Mike Rosh on the line, tossing it in there to outer zone number 1, just getting the very edge of that zone, transitioning across the track to grab outer zone number 2. Again, just a little bit of a midline there in outer 2, looking absolutely settled, pouring smoke as he comes around the outside of outer zone 2, grabbing that inner clip, and we can barely see him as he transitions across the track to grab outer 3. He's a smoke machine as he crosses the line.
Big shove into outside zone number 3. Definitely got back on throttle hard to keep it out of the wall there. A great second qualifying lap. Looking for those extra points to squeeze them out of Ricky Hoffman here up in the judges booth. And not getting any more points with an 85.6. He's going to hang on to his first qualifying lap here. Mike Roush still sitting in a great position for our tandem battles here later today, tied with Francis Knuckle for our highest qualifier in our unlimited class.
Casey Rodriguez on the line here. Let's see what he's got for us. He has a 79 on his first run. I'm sure he wants to pick up a few more points here and put himself better in the bracket for the competition later today.
Casey Rodriguez shoves into outside zone number 1, that Fleet 350Z, transitioning across the center field here, dumping into outside zone number 2, riding that outside line, really getting in deep now. It's nice and settled. Rodriguez gets back into that inside clip. A good transition into outside 3, a little bit of left foot brake to get it off of the wall. A bit shy from the deepest part of the track, but a solid run and across the finish line for Rodriguez.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anybody get quite that deep in the end of outer zone number 2, so I guess points for aggression there, Mike.
Yeah, we definitely want to see our drivers on the backside of all of our outside zones, but we don't want to see you go over our track limits. It's a very fine line of precision we're asking our drivers and their machines to accomplish here today, but that's what makes it difficult. Our judges are putting in our scores for Casey Rodriguez in that Yeet Fleet 350Z. And finding some extra points on the board with an 84, Casey Rodriguez lands an 84 with his second qualifying run. Lights already illuminated on our next driver, Alan Boss, his Yeet Fleet partner, going out from underneath that Raceway Park tower.
Alan Boss sitting on a 78.3 as he takes his second qualifying run with that fresh car, tossing it in, catching the wall a little bit, but he doesn't, oh man, announcer's curse. I was just about to say it didn't affect his line.
So unfortunately, I think Alan has having a quirky issue with some sort of temperature and electronic that he hasn't figured out yet. It is something that he's known. He is working out the kinks of a brand new build. Unfortunately, it may have been an issue here. Unfortunately, going to turn off his second qualifying run, but he does have points from his first qualifying. Hopefully, powered. Unfortunately, little hiccups like that can really cost a run. And give kudos to the driver for shutting it down in a controlled mannerism, especially when you get the rug pulled out from underneath you like that.
Yeah, if we could see that contact with the wall up from here, it's always a little more gnarly in the car, so I hope that car is good and fit for competition. I know his crew is great, so hopefully those guys can take a look at it and we can see him out here in the battles.
I know if you guys have been watching Alan on the internet, he has been fabricating the hell out of that car. That thing is ready to take a lick, so I'm sure it just needs a couple swaps off. Talking about somebody ready to take a lick, Connor O'Sullivan
sitting on a 90 from his first qualifying run, tossing it in there. Nice flick for outer zone number 1. He gets about midline into that zone, tossing it in for outer zone number 2, doing a great job getting all the way to the edge of outer 2. Looking settled as he exits that zone, transitioning to the inner clip, pouring smoke and angle as he transitions a ton of angle. Too much angle.
Dumped it.
Too much.
Rollbacks.
No rollbacks, Mike.
Yeah, well, 0.
That is going to be a 0, but good news for Connor O'Sully. He has a 90 on his first run, so he's going to keep that 90 and keep it pushing into these brackets here.
I do commend these drivers coming out for their second qualifying run, really pushing for those extra points, getting squeezed out of our judges here at round 1 of the Gambler. Our lights already illuminated on our next driver. Gabriel shooting out from underneath the tower.
Gabriel Beaurivage is taking his second qualifying run. He is sitting on a 75.6, tossing it in there, not quite as deep as we want to see in outer zone number 1, but doing a great job staying on a confident and consistent line. Again, he's on about a mid to shallow line in outer zone number 2, but the car looks settled, the fluidity is there, transitioning across the track to grab outer zone number 3. Maybe the deepest he's gone in a zone yet, but I can't tell because I can't see through the smoke, Mike.
Yeah, this thing is loud, obnoxious, and hates tires. He did a great job in his second qualifying run. We're going to have to lean on our drone footage and our judges to see how he peels out on this second qualifying lap here at round 1 of the Gambler. If you guys are just joining us here on the live stream, welcome. This is round 1 of the Gambler at Raceway Park. We are in the infamous Drift Stadium over on the other side of the complex. We are finishing up with our second laps of our high roller qualifying, and after that we're going to get a quick drivers meeting and then jump into our 235 battle bracket. We'll have our guys tandeming it out to see who's going to take home the big checks at the end of the day. We have 2 classes operating today. We have our 235 tire. That is a 235 millimeter tire of the approved list only. We also have our high roller class, which is an unlimited run what you brung. With our second lap, Mr. Consistency, 75.6 for Gabe. He's going to hang on to the same score. And as soon as we say that, we're going to send our next driver, Mark Landerville, shoved it into outside zone number 1, nice and deep into that wall as he transitioned across. That S14 looking nice and solid and planted well before outside 2. Tons of throttle commitment in outside zone. The longest zone we have, curls it back into that inside clip. Landerville flicks over to outside 3. We need to see him get nice and deep. A ton of commitment there as he goes over the finish line. Another ton of wheel speed out of this guy.
That's what we're talking about. And he was sitting on a 0, so the stakes were high. He threw it down. That's going to be a scored run. He's definitely going to improve on that first score. We're going to let the judges deliberate, and we'll let you know when we have a score for Landerville.
Our judges are putting in our scores right now as our next driver up on the line, Nick Novak. And an 87.3 for Landerville, finding those points he needs for in the high roller class, an 87.3. Our next driver up in the line, Nick Novak, piloting his party car E36, sitting out behind that tower here at Raceway Park, ready to take his second lap here of the high roller class. Novak, a Pro 1 Formula Drift driver, already competing in Long Beach, has tons of hours on the sim. In just a few short years, watch this man come into a complete sorcery of weaponry. This dude is wild. He has no remorse, no mechanical sympathy. Let's see how he treats his E36 as he comes down, throw down a heater here at round 1 of the high roller class here at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
Novak sitting on a goose egg, so he's got to put some points here. He doesn't overcook it on the entry, which is really good for him. Transitioning, pouring the angle on there to get all the way to the edge of outer zone number 2. He's showing down to the judges. That's super close us in the tower here. Great job on that inner clip, looking absolutely settled as he comes into outer zone number 3. Nicely done there by Novak as he crosses the line. That's going to be some points on the board.
Definitely, when you guys watch this replay online, look at the front wheel of Novak going and navigating through our stadium course here at round 1 of the Gambler. Novak flicks in well before that last initiation point and gets into outside zone number 1. A little left foot brake to get the car back settled on trajectory into outside zone number 2. Novak piloting that E36 planted on rails through the entirety of outside zone number 2, giving the judges what they want to see as he curls that back into that inside clip. Novak with a good transition into outside zone number 3, keeps it off the wall of death. A little more left foot brake to keep it from the danger zone and finishes off nice and strong. And we have a new P1 qualifier, Nick Novak with a 91. Nick Novak with a 91.3.
0.3, Mike. Give him his points. Next up is Thiago Costa with that FRS BRZ. We never know. Grabbing just the edge of outer zone number 1. Feathering the throttle as he comes into outer zone number 2, getting way too deep. That's okay. The judges don't mind as long as he keeps it settled. Drop, I think, 1 tire, if not 2. But he's settled coming in through that inner clip and transitioning off throttle and getting back in it to finish off in outer zone number 3.
That thing seems like so much fun to drive somewhere that doesn't try to kill you. Costa already sitting with an 80 as a qualifying run number 1, looking for the improvements here. We're going to have to wait for our judges' math. And not finding those extra points with a 75.3, he's going to hang on to his 80 from qualifying run number 1.
Jason Ferrin here, tossing it in there in that super stylish car. Little bit of a hiccup, but we will point out that the line on the track is where the judging starts. So if you do something weird before that line, it's kind of okay. He does a great job in outer zone number 2 coming around the track. I think he looks even better on the big boy tires, but that's just my opinion. Tossing it in there, ton of angle, getting super deep in outer zone number 3. Tons of smoke for the fans in the stands, and they come across the line. That is going to be your second scored run for Jason Ferrin. He is sitting on an 86.3 for his first qualifying run.
Jason, another one of our double-header drivers competing in both our 235 class and our high roller class. He is out here in that unlimited tire. He can run whatever he wants underneath that machine, but when he switches back to that 235 class, he's got to be on a 235 millimeter approved tire. Jason already with an 86.3 on his first run. And Jason's going to keep that 86 of qualifying run number 1 with an 84.3, an 84.3.
We have 2 drivers left. We're expecting to see Trevor Root on the line. I guess he has chosen to keep that 86.3. And our final driver in the unlimited tire high roller class is Francis Knuckle, tossing it in. I award him best entries of the day. I'm just giving it out. Nicely done there on that first outer zone, getting super deep and planted on throttle in outer zone number 2. We want to see a ton of commitment. I do see some left foot braking here. The jury's still out on left foot braking. I personally don't mind as he transitions across the track, getting into outer zone number 3. Absolutely on throttle as he comes across the line. Nicely done there by our final qualifying driver of the day.
Yeah, left foot braking is a okay input here at the stadium. We just don't want to see the momentum of the car waver because of a result of that left foot braking. We want to make sure that car is still moving forward. Francis Knuckle doing a great job in his second qualifying lap, already sitting with an 88.6. With an 88.6 in his first qualifying lap. We are waiting for our judges' second qualifying score. With that last lap from Knuckle, we are going to conclude our qualifying here at round one of the Gambler. Knuckle's score is getting inputted as we speak. Congratulations to both our 235 class and high roller class drivers who are qualified for our tandem battles here today. If you are joining us here on the live stream, don't go anywhere. We're going to collect our drivers, update them with our tandem bracket, and then get them out on the line. We're going to have our 235 driver class out first, battling it out. We're going to get all the way down to a winner. We're going to get our high roller class out there battling out with these rocket ships and machines. Do not leave. I promise you, these guys are out for blood today, and we haven't even started the good part. Knuckle winning 88.3 in his second run. Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. We will be back for our competition at 4 p.m. I repeat, 4 p.m. for our competition. Our drivers meeting will be at 3:30 p.m. I repeat, drivers meeting at 3:30 p.m. Competition to resume at 4 p.m. Thank you guys for joining us for qualifying here at Raceway Park, the Gamblers Round 1. We hope to see you back on this same exact live feed at 4. Ricky Hoffman's giving me a lot of looks. He said if you're not here, he knows where you live. Well, 4 p.m. I'll see you guys here at 4 p.m. 4. Welcome back to Raceway Park. This is round one of the Gambler. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you are just about to see our 235 millimeter tire class go out to battle it out. Our number one qualifier, our birthday boy, Chris Knapp, sitting nice and pretty on the top side of the left of the bracket. But first, we have a couple of drivers have to battle their way into the top 16. Hang tight while we collect our judges, collect our drivers, get our media personnel out into the track, and we'll get here to the action in the infamous Drift Stadium at Raceway Park for round one of the Gambler.
Thank you guys so much for hanging in there with us. We have our brackets up and we're ready to go. If you're looking at the bracket online, these first two drivers are not on there because they need to battle their way in. We have Max Kimlin and Daniel Garcia on the line. The winner of this battle will face Steven Weiss, and that decides our 16th spot against our P1 qualifier and birthday boy, Chris Knapp.
All right, our drone is in the air. If you guys are joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park, make sure you join us on the live streams, both on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the Instagram at eTownGambler. Stay up to date with all of the current scheduling, drivers list, brackets, and content post-event. Make sure you guys subscribe. Never miss a live session here again with me and Sarah. Jump in the chat, start a fist fight, do something fun. We're all here to have a good time and watch these drivers throw down today in the infamous Drift Stadium.
And while we're talking about good times, the next Gambler round is the weekend after Formula Drift New Jersey, so it should be a pretty stacked couple of weeks of drifting. If you guys are on the fence about coming out, it'll be a great event. It is the road course, your favorite, and it'll be the weekend after FD, so we should see some heavy hitters there.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to our next rounds this year of the Gambler. We switch back and forth between here in the Drift Stadium and the road course on the other side of the complex. If you would like to swing it out with the big boys out here with their machines in either the 235 class or the unlimited tire high roller, you can get signed up at racewaypark.com. All right, it looks like our drivers are ready for the first battle here of our 235 class. The lights are illuminated. Green means go, and here we go. Better job, completely avoids outside zone number one. Keeps that E46 under control. Kimlin with a whopping 1 point in qualifying, definitely cleaning it up now. I'm not going to equate this to Novak in the pits helping out with his setup, but it looks like Kimlin's going to pull out a better than his qualifying run with Garcia slowly in chase. Both drivers make it over the finish line. Honestly, comparative to qualifying, these boys are killing it.
He's doing better, and that's good. He did want me to know that it was not for lack of throttle that he did bad in qualifying. Apparently, he's fully committed. We're going to have to take his word for that.
Well, he had the shocks on full soft. He had the tire. He couldn't do anything. He gave her all.
He's gripping that thing up like it's a Pro 1 car, and for what reason, I do not know.
Well, hopefully, a little conversation over in the pits. He's fixed it. It looks better. We're going to have to flip around for the second half where Garcia will take the lead and Kimlin to chase. Garcia piloting that 350Z, that Nissan. Kimlin in the black BMW.
All right, here we go. These two drivers are out for the second half of this battle. Garcia tossing that Z in there. a little deeper than Max's entry, but still not in outer zone number
Max
one.
is on the back bumper. Still on the back bumper.
Max. All right, there was a bit of collision getting into 2, but Garcia seems to save it, and Max is trying to put it on his door there in the chase position. He's hungry for this win here as we transition across the track and into outer zone number 3. Garcia looking pretty smooth in the lead, and Max is doing a pretty good job in the chase.
I got to give it to Max. Max did a great job reeling in that BMW behind the 350Z of Garcia. Both drivers navigating their way through the course. You can watch back on the live stream here at Raceway Park for the round 1 of the Gambler as both drivers go down, shoot in. Garcia flicks in right before that last initiation point. Just shy of outside zone 1. Kimlin right on the back bumper has to follow that 350Z on the shallow line all the way through. And here's where Kimlin, it looks like the suspension changes really helping him get behind that 350Z of Garcia as they finish off their lap here going through that front inside clip. Kimlin is doing a good job, maybe a little aggressive there going into outside 3, expecting a little more shove, but both drivers survive over the finish line.
Yeah, I think the judges are not going to dock Garcia too hard for just straightening out a little bit into 2, given that Max did get into him pretty hard across that center section. That is a decel spot, so the drivers are transitioning. The judges want to see on throttle and then slowing down to set themselves up for that last outer zone. So he is allowed to slow up there slightly, and then if there's any contact, that would likely be on Max. But again, we're going to let the judges take a review of the replay and let you guys know what they say.
Definitely like watching these guys battle it out through their qualifying runs, and out here in tandem battle, they are making improvements with every lap. Both of these drivers look like they got a little bit of machine quirks here they're fighting through, but they are wrestling them the best they can.
Well, you were making comments about this run being better than Max's qualifying. I think this is also a better run than Garcia's qualifying as well. He looked a lot more settled on entry, which is nice to see. So it's good to see these guys stepping it up every time we see him out here.
Yeah, and these guys are not done after they get a win or a loss here. They're going to have to jump into the actual top 16 of the 235 class. The winner of this battle will have to go up against our #1 qualifier, the birthday boy, Chris Knapp.
Well, hang on a second, because we have another little sneak battle in before that.
Ooh, surprises.
The winner of this will see Stephen Weiss, and then that winner will go in to see Chris Knapp.
So these gentlemen are fighting their way into their top 16. Not an easy day at all.
Anybody who gets that 16th place spot, they've definitely earned it. No questions asked.
Now, if you guys are following the bracket either here or at home, whoever wins their place into the top 16, into that seed against Chris Knapp, we're going to let them take a little bit of a bye run. We're going to jump into our other battles to allow that machine to cool down, get some new tires on, get it back up to snuff so it can come back out and give Chris Knapp the beans.
We do have a winner here. It was a split decision, but the winner of this battle is Max Kimlin. He's going to go up against Stephen Weiss. Great job by Garcia. Kimlin is going to move on.
Big round of applause for both drivers. They head under the tower. Hopefully Kimlin can just swing that thing back around. We'll get right into our next battle. All right, it looks like our drivers are back up on the grid. Kimlin locked back up, I'm assuming taking that lead position. And he has to go up against. And Steve I think Steve actually takes the lead. I think he qualified higher than both Kimlin and Garcia, so he would take that lead position. We'll have to wait until that light illuminates and I can see out from under the tower. Steve is leading.
All right, the lights are out. Let's go with the final battle of this seeding bracket here. Steve Weiss in the lead in that S13, and Max Kimlin in the 330 is going to chase him down. Steve Weiss with a smooth entry, but a little shallow, only barely in outer zone number 1. And Kimlin is figured out how to chase somehow, going at least one tire off there, but I think that's going to be allowed. Steve Weiss pulling away a little bit with a shallower line. Kimlin's trying to chase him down, but he's fallen back quite a bit. Although he is on the proper line, Steve Weiss was a little shallow and not on the proper line in 3.
No, a lot of kudos to Kimlin, and he looks like he's getting a lot more comfortable with that E46 here in the seating bracket. It looks like he got a little too deep, got that rear axle down into the dirt, and just couldn't get the momentum back, and he just got walked away from.
Let's flip these guys around and let Max Kimlin lead and Steve Weiss chase him down. All right, the lights are out. Let's go for the second half of this battle. Max Kimlin starting out through the chicane. He's going to lead in that 330. And Steve Weiss in the S13 is going to chase him down. Big flip by Max. Okay, where was that all day? Nicely done there. Looks like Steve's bobbling a bit in the chase position. Max looking pretty decent in the lead there, albeit a little shallow. And Steve Weiss is trying to get a lot closer to him, keep that proximity as they come into outer zone number 3. And unfortunately, that's going to be a goose egg. No! Guys, that's a 0-0. Do I need to reiterate? If you spin in the lead or the chase over the line, that is a 0. Okay, the judges have a lot to look at, so give us a moment while we review the footage, and we'll let you know who wins.
Now it looks like Kimlin making his changes, running his line, biting up Steve behind him.
Right when we believed in Max, and he had to go and throw it all away.
If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you're getting that side-by-side. You can see Steve's lead lap on the left side of your screen, and Max is on the right. Both drivers doing a good job. You can see Max doing a great job in that last lap here. Steve getting a little bitey, maybe too much grip in the car to follow the slower E46 of Max. A little lack of confidence behind him, but then he really falls into position here. And this is where Steve gets another bite point, maybe didn't put the clutch in, not enough handbrake, not enough horsepower, but regardless, he loaded up the car, couldn't handle it through its transition, and then also threw Max off somehow.
Sometimes you yee when you should haw, buddy.
Gross. We got it one more time.
All right, guys, let's see if we can not spin out this time, head back to that line, and we'll run it again. Steve Weiss will lead, and Max Kimlin will chase him down. It is worth noting that the track conditions are changing a little bit given the drop in temperature and a little bit of a sprinkle. I hate to say it. So I don't know if that's affecting the drivers at all out here. Hopefully we can keep this weather away for the rest of these brackets.
And here we go, that one more time battle. Max Kimlin now taking that lead in that E46 BMW, getting chased down. Steve in that S13 coupe. Kimlin locked in the outside zone 1, feeling nice and comfortable. Gets out, transition over. Steve barks really hard, keeps it off of the wall. Kimlin just needs to hold his lap together. Kimlin Clicks off the rest of outside 2, gets in a little late, curls it back in for that inside clip. Steve patiently waiting to get back to the grid so he can take his lead lap as Kimlin clicks off outside 3 and across the finish line. No rollbacks. Kimlin clicks off what he needs, checks through the checklist. Unfortunately for Steve, with that over rotation, he's going to have to go back with his tail between his legs, but now with the responsibility of the lead position, he has to force a mistake out of Kimlin.
Yeah, we had some confusion in the chat as well for the first part of this battle. If you spin over the line, that's a 0, okay? And that's because it's incredibly uncool, and it also does not show that you maintain control of your car, which is the whole name of the game of drifting. So if you're mad about that, I don't really know what to tell you guys, but maybe there's a lot of other stuff to be mad about, like Max Kimlin's qualifying runs. That makes me pretty mad. All right, let's go for the second half of this battle. Steve Weiss is going to lead, and Max Kimlin's chasing him down. Steve with a decent entry there, albeit a little bit shallow in 1, pulling away as he comes through the center section into outer zone number 2. Max is trying to close the gap there as they come the judges. Steve continues to pull away as they come across that center section and transition to outer zone number 3. Max is miles behind. The judges are going to have to take a look at this, but keep in mind, Steve is sitting on a 0 in the chase position for spinning out.
And it's official. Max Kimlin gets the win, taking out Steve. Max gets the win, working his way into our top 16, where he'll face off our birthday boy, our #1 qualifier, Chris Knapp. We're going to give Kimlin and his car a quick little time for a nap as we jump into our next battle on the left-hand side. We should be pulling up Jimmy Rayvert and Farron.
Yeah, so initially our first battle would have been Chris Knapp against the 16th seed, but considering that they had to battle twice in, we're giving them a quick breather to change tires, get their stuff back together, and then we will run the battle between Chris Knapp, and it is Max Kimlin earning that 16th spot. All right, our drivers are warming up their tires. We see him exiting the burnout box now. We have Jimmy Revert and Farron on the line there. Revert qualifying 8th will lead, and Farron qualifying 9th will chase him down.
And here we go to the next battle here of a 235 class here at round 1 of the Gambler. Rayvert taking the lead, Farron the chase. Rayvert in that S13. Farron in the wagon right behind him as both drivers click into outside zone 1. Farron lost in the smoke, jumps out. Rayvert dumping the angle at outside zone 2 as Farron gets the opportunity to jump into its door. Rayvert trying to walk away from the wagon as Farron trying to clean up his position to go into the inside clip. Rayvert transitions out to the wall of debt. Gets right on the edge of the pavement, but Farron shortly behind us. Both drivers click over the finish line.
That might be the best lap we've seen out of Ravert today. He really came with it in competition. I want to see the replay so we can really break it down and see how this battle went, which we have up right now. Ravert throwing it in exactly how we want to see in that first outer zone, but Farron is not letting him get away as they come into outer zone 2. I always say you can't have a good chase without a good lead, and Ravert's laying down a pretty decent lead to allow Farron to chase that closely. He really puts the proximity in that inner clip and getting into outer zone number 3. Man, I think this was really well done by both of these guys. I want to see him in the opposite position, which we're going to get to right now.
Yeah, Jason's now going to take that lead position going up against Jimmy. Jimmy doing a fantastic job in the lead, as Sarah just said. I'm looking forward to the split of this other side of this battle. And, you know, go ahead, green. Here we go. Jason taking that lead position. Jimmy to chase. Jason clicks into outside zone number 1, nice and confident as Jimmy starts to fall in the position now right behind that wagon as both drivers transition to outside zone number 2. Ravert starting to bite now at the front axle of Jason's wagon as both drivers get through outside zone 2. Jason doing a good job, and Jimmy getting a little bit of a wobble there, trying to keep it behind the wagon as both drivers work through the front inside clip and dump into the outside zone number 3. Ravert trying to close that gap over the finish line, and he does. Jason hearing that F13, that big V8 underneath the hood of Jimmy's car, screaming in his ear as they finish off the second half of that battle.
I want to see the replay on that because, man, Ravert was set up well, and he finished really strong here. But unfortunately, I think that bobble in the chase position is going to get held against him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he was just waiting for Jason to get ever so slightly further away from him, and he just didn't get back on the throttle quick enough. He did save it, but it is a bobble. The judges did see it. It is very prominent here in the tower on the leave of outside zone number 2. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final decision to see if we have a verdict.
Unfortunately, he sort of just toggled there in outer 2 right in front of the judges, probably the worst spot on the entire track. They are deliberating to see how much they're going to hold against him in the chase position, given that his chase was very aggressive to begin with. And we will let you know when they have deliberated and when they have a winner. And let's make it official. Farron is going to get the win. Farron gets the win. Unfortunately, that bobble in the chase position is going to send Ravert home early today.
A solid drive out of Jimmy, definitely cranking the angle through all of our zones here in the infamous Drift Stadium at Raceway Park. A big shout to Jimmy and his team for coming out here to round 1, but Farron is going to take the win. That's going to jump us into our next battle here. Should be a heater, Rosowski versus Mike Knapp.
On the line, we have Mike Knapp and Kevin Rosowski. Kevin, our 4th place qualifier, doing absolutely phenomenal today. Mike Knapp having a little bit of car trouble. I did get to talk to him in the pits. He has a bent subframe that's causing a bit of an alignment issue. They sort of had to eyeball it and guess, and he's going to find out right now if it's fixed or not. So Rosowski is leading, having qualified higher, and Mike Knapp is going to chase him down. Rosowski with that absolutely textbook entry. We've been seeing him do this all day as he comes around outer zone number 2, and it looks like Mike Knapp not having too much trouble in the chase position there. Maybe a little bit shallower, but Rosowski is an absolute contender in the lead. Coming around outer zone 3, picking up speed, pouring on the angle, coming around across the line.
That is
really nicely done there.
Fast BMW. Rosowski zooming through the course here with Mike Knapp doing his best to try to clean up that proximity, sacrificing angle and line to try to close that gap up, and just never really found the closure he was looking for.
We're looking at the replay right now just to break down this run. I'm wondering if Knapp had a slight issue coming out of 3. Would like to see this a little bit closer. Looks like he's struggling to stay at angle, and unfortunately, we don't get the end of that there. We're going to have to take a closer look at the replay just to make sense of that, but we're going to flip him around in the meantime and get Mike Knapp to lead and Kevin Rosowski to chase him down.
Unfortunate news coming over the radio as Mike Knapp, having a car failure, has to bow from competition. Rosowski will take his bye-lap as I speak right now, shooting out from the Raceway Park Tower. Congratulations to Kevin moving on in the bracket. An unfortunate turn event for Knapp and his S13. Hopefully they can get that fixed for future rounds of the Gambler, but enjoy Kevin Rosowski's rocket ship of a BMW.
Thankfully for Kevin, I hope he's all good out there. Thankfully, that does not count. All he has to do is leave the line, and he does get the W there for his bye run. So we won't bully him too hard, although someone has to tell him spinning after the line is not cool.
Yeah, no one likes when you just whip it out when you finish. It's not fun.
You know, thanks for that, Mike. He is a big rollback guy. Kevin loves a good rollback. Up next on the line, we have Nate Chen and Adam Daniels, two regulars here at the Gambler.
No, that looks like we got Chris Knapp sitting in the lead position.
It seems like we've given Max enough of a break to change his tires, so we're jumping back up to the top of the bracket with our #1 qualifier and birthday boy, Christopher Napkin, against Max Kimlin, who is just an absolute mixed bag. He's a sock drawer as far as driving abilities. Is he going to kill it on the entry? Who knows?
I'm looking over the judges' shoulders right now, and I'm seeing Max Kimlin set up a couple car lengths back behind, looking like he's going to try to slingshot his way back to the side of Chris Knapp's 1 Series BMW.
An interesting strategy, Mike. Let's see how that
He's
works
ahead
out
of
for him. Okay, Chris Knapp on the entry there, just getting a little bit shallow on outer zone #1, but doing a great job coming around all the way to the edge of outer zone #2. He's absolutely piloting that thing, and Max is able to catch up there. Chris Knapp coming across the track for pouring on the angle for outer zone #3 and across the line. Now, just to clarify for everyone watching and everyone at home, the chase driver needs to allow the lead driver room to initiate. So any sort of nonsense that just occurred, that's going to be on Max. If he choked himself up, so be it.
All right, so we're going to get these drivers flipped back around. Max Kimlin now sitting in the lead position. He is required to leave from the line. He cannot step back. Chris Knapp does have the ability of stepping back, but knowing he has a couple more horsepower, and Kimlin, fully aware of his shenanigans, probably is not going to give him a crazy aggressive chase. But, you know, you never know. Maybe Kimlin's like, hey, man, total me. The lights are illuminated green as go. Max Kimlin to lead, Chris Knapp to chase.
Let's see what Max has got for us on the entry here. We never know. He does miss all of outer zone #1 and drives straight across the track, pulling a gap, not the right way, on Chris Knapp in the chase position. But Chris Knapp is able to catch up, and Max seems to be finally on that proper line as they come around to that inner clip and transition across the track for outer zone #3. Max going a little deep on the entry there and cutting outer zone 3 slightly short. Chris Knapp on his door as they cross the line.
right, well, I just got done powwowing with the judges, and they said one more time. We're going to see them battle one more time.
So just to explain that a little bit, when you look at the replay, you can see Chris on his lead run sort of cutting the line too shallow. So he's technically 3 tires-ish off where he should be wider on that inner clip. We technically don't have a clip on the track right now, but you can see the 3 lines. We don't want them anywhere inside that. We want them right on that first dash of the 3 lines.
Yeah, the track limits here at the Drift Stadium. You can see that inside line, that white line that goes on the other side of the track from outside to the exit all the way to that front inside clip. We do not want to see the driver's tires impede that line. We have our next battle already shooting out with Nate Chen and that FDR7 taking the lead with Adam Daniels right there. Nate Chen doing a great job getting nice and deep. Adam Daniels shortly behind him as both drivers transition to outside zone number 2. Chen getting that FDR7 nice and locked and loaded, and Daniels starting to put all into position now, closing up that proximity as they exit outside zone number 2. Daniels giving a little bit of room to let that FDR7 transition across the center into a wall of death here, and both drivers survive over the finish line. Round of applause for Nate Chen and Adam Daniels on the first half of this battle in the 235 tire class.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Nate Chen leading with a flick entry there. Nicely done. He gets wide and on the proper line there for outer zone number 1. Adam Daniels mirroring that line and sticking with him. We'd like to see him a little bit closer, and it looks like he does get closer to his door as they come around outer zone number 2. Nate Chen looking absolutely settled as he comes around, showing you guys exactly where we want that car on the inner clip. Nicely done there as he comes around, maybe pulls a little bit of angle in outer zone 3, allows Daniels to check up closer. But hey, I think that was a pretty darn good lead and chase run, respectfully. All right, here goes the second half of this battle. Adam Daniels leading, tossing it in there. Again, that's exactly where we want to see. Maybe not as much angle as Nate Chen had in his lead run, but he does a great job getting really, really deep there, knocking off the trim piece of that bumper. He was just bragging that that car is clean right now. Nate Chen is unfazed in the chase position as they transfer across the track into outer zone number 3. Nate Chen cutting the line a bit to put it right on his door as Daniels catches some dust up. That was another great run. Let's check out the replay. And Chen is going to get the win there. Let's make it official, guys. Chen is going to get the win and move on to the top 8. All right, let's run this one more time battle. Chris Knapp in that BMW. Well, the other BMW. Tossing it in there, kind of missing a little bit of outer zone number 1.
That's legal. That was legal.
I don't really know what to say.
It was legal.
I guess.
And then Kimlin puts down the greatest chase I've ever seen out of that car.
Not really. The chase was good from the second half of 2.
He didn't hit anything.
Your standards for him are entirely too low.
For Kimlin, it's just don't kill anybody.
Yes. Let's look at this replay here and see if we can make sense of what happened. It seems like Max Kimlin, the judges are entertained by this at least. Max sort of taking a super, super tight inside line and then chopping to almost get in front of Chris Knapp. Doing the same thing through outer 2, but here's where I think he cleans it up a little bit in the chase position. Chris is looking steady in the lead, which allows Max to really suck up to his door, maybe leaving outer 3 just a tad early for my taste in the lead position.
Max Kimlin's my hero. What a battle. Max Kimlin with the hood up, back with the drones. It looks like that beating may have let out a little bit of a magic smoke or not. We'll get an update on Max Kimlin's car, but Chris Knapp doing a great job in their battle, Surviving with Max Kimlin in itself is a feat. All right, we got word over the radio that Max Kimlin has sang his last song with the engine in that BMW. Unfortunately, an engine failure, giving it all the beans. Chris Knapp will have to take his buyer lap. All right, Chris Knapp, the birthday boy, taking his birthday lap here, taking the win over Max Kimlin. Well, Kimlin taking himself out. Unfortunately, an engine failure in his BMW. Chris Knapp in his 1 Series 1J powered BMW, his father's car, out here taking his buy run for the win, walking him into the top 8. Knapp looking super solid as he finishes over the finish line and back underneath the Raceway Park Tower. We're going to get our next battle up on the line. It looks like we have Colin.
That was the end of the left side of the bracket. We're going to start with the right side. You are correct, Mike. Colin Cressette and Zacchio are going to do battle. Cressette qualifying 2nd and Zacchio qualifying 15th. All right, we have our next battle on the line. Colin Cressette is going to lead, and Zacchio is going to chase him down. Colin Cressette qualifying 2nd, putting down an absolute heater. The tiebreaker for qualifying 1st, 2nd, 3rd was a few fractions of a point. So Cressette with a super aggressive flick coming into outer zone number 1, doing a great job with that zone, and Zacchio kind of falling back a little bit as Cressette comes around super wide, and Zacchio getting a little too wide, straightening in the chase position. Colin Cressette still looks dialed as he comes through that inner clip and transitioning into that last outer zone. Zacchio trying to chase him down and salvage some of this run, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it.
He's just putting heat in the tire for his lead.
So optimistic, Mike.
I mean, he's got to do his lead. I'm just calling it like I sees it.
All right, we got him on the line. Zacchio is going to lead, and Colin Cressette is going to chase him down. Colin is hopefully going to show us that aggression that he's known for in the chase position. Zacchio tossed it in, looking smooth, but not on the proper line there. He's a little bit too shallow in outer zone number 1 and the beginning of outer zone number 2. Colin Cressette is trying to correct in the chase position to keep it on his door. At the very least, the fluidity in the lead position is there from Zacchio, kind of waiting to transition into outer zone number 3 and missing that zone a bit as well. And Colin is right on his door as they come across the line.
Colin barking at the side. A great battle from both of these gentlemen as they sit underneath the Raceway Park Tower. We'll have to lean on our judges and our instant replay. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you guys are seeing that side by side right now thanks to Flying Monster drones. We can see both drivers click into outside zone number 1. Colin doing a great job on the left side of your screen, and also on the right side of your screen, chasing Zacchio. Zacchio has a little bit of a gap on the left side of the screen, gets into the dirt, and that's where the run just goes downhill. Zacchio is doing a great job on the right side of the screen in his lead, but Colin's G35 is just one quick unit.
And let's make it official. Colin Cressette is going to get the win. Colin Cressette gets the win and moves on to the top 8.
What's up, chat? We do hear the audio complaints. We are checking into them and fixing them as quickly as possible. We have our entire team of audio and drone fellas downstairs. They're working diligently. It is first round of the year, so give us a little bit of slack. We'll clean it up for you. We do hear you. We see it. We read it. We appreciate you. And go ahead, start a fist fight in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, we have the chat up right now, so me and Mike can read them as you make comments. And I like Stanley Moy's croissant emoji. Very much enjoy that. Thank you, buddy.
All right, the lights are back illuminated on our next battle here. We got Mark Landerville going up against Trevor Root. Landerville taking that lead position, and that S14 flicks well before that last initiating point. Just shy of outside zone 1. Trevor Root hanging out in the smoke. Baskin and his both drivers work their way into outside zone number 2. Landerville doing a good job keeping that car where it needs to be as Trevor Root's trying to close that proximity as they exit outside 2. They curl into that inside clip. Trevor Root right on the side of that S14 as both drivers rotate back in. Landerville finish it off nice and strong, but Trevor Root barking at the door handles.
All right, let's take a look at this replay here and see how these drivers did. Landerville, I think, had a pretty decent lead run. We love to see drivers initiating early. Looks like he started his initiation way before he had to. Maybe not quite as deep for like a perfect score in that run, but damn near perfect there as he gets into outer zone number 2. Trevor Root not fazed by the amount of smoke that Landerville is putting off that car as they come through that inner clip and transition into outer zone number 3. Landerville looking settled and allowing Trevor Root to really get close to his door there for the finish line. Nicely done there in both those positions. This time we're going to allow Trevor Root to lead and Landerville to chase him down. All right, here's the second half of this battle. Trevor Root initiating with a flick, maybe a skosh late there on entry, and Landerville's not letting him get away as they come around outer zone number 2. Trevor Root all the way at the edge of that zone, just wheeling his way through outer zone number 2. Landerville on his door as they come across that inner clip. They transition at the same time coming into outer zone number 3. Landerville getting nice and deep directly on his door. Wow, that was a decent chase.
Aggressive.
That was awesome.
From Landerville. Root definitely giving him the real estate to play in. Landerville taking advantage of every second. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, both at Facebook and YouTube, you are going to see that instant replay, that side-by-side of both runs. Mark Landerville taking that lead lap on the left side of your screen. Root taking the lead on the right. Both drivers doing a fantastic job getting into outside zone number 1. Landerville a bit shy with Root shortly behind him. And you can see our last run that just happened. Landerville starting to fall into position with Root clicking through outside zone number 2. Both drivers rotate into that front inside clip. Root is right there, but Landerville is literally trying to scrape the door handles off of that BMW as they finish off their lap. Definitely not making it easy for our judges panel here today, but nonetheless, we have to wait for the official verdict from our 3 idiots over there.
Don't worry, guys. We appreciate you in the chat. Thank you guys for letting us know if there's any issues, because a lot of times we don't hear it on the other end. So we love you guys right back. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for promoting the Gambler, promoting drifting in general. Again, we love our fans. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Our judges are still deliberating. We will let you know as soon as we have a winner. And honestly, watching the replay, I am not surprised. These two guys really throw down, and that was an aggressive run from both of these drivers in both the lead and chase positions. So I'm glad our judges are being super thorough and breaking down the runs before they decide on a winner. And just as I say that, Trevor Root is going to get the win. Trevor Root is going to move on and get the win. And after talking to the judges, they said the runs were extremely difficult to compare, and it came down to small errors, really just one small error by Landreville in the lead position. Another e-brake pull after initiation in the outer zone number 1. Unfortunately, that was going to choke up the chase driver, and a correction like that was held against him. But let's enjoy Connor O'Sully's bye run here. Unfortunately, Rizzo is not able to make it to the line, so Connor O'Sully is going to bring that V8-powered S14, one of my favorite cars, out just for a treat for you guys.
Yeah, one of our double-duty drivers, Connor, competing in both the 235 class and the unlimited tire class. He's out right now with the same chassis, just slight modifications to the rear and the tire swap, and he's out here competing in the 235. Looking forward to see how he does in the rest of the competition, as well as our high roller tandem comp later tonight. Chad is wondering who our 3 idiots are today. We have Ricky Hoffman, Steve Misko, and Alex Jaeger.
I think we did earlier in the day introduce our judges. We have 3 washed up to semi-washed up pro guys, right? Alex is mad about that. We actually have only one washed up pro guy.
Morning, okay.
We have Alex Jaeger, Alex Jaeger, competing in Pro Spec in Atlanta in 2 weeks, as well as Ricky Hoffman, also competing in Pro Spec in Atlanta. And Misko is doing their laundry, I guess.
Yo, me and Steve are going to Hyperfest. Good luck, everybody.
Oh, okay.
We got to restart.
We're going to restart these 2 cars. It looks like the lead car hit a cone. The lead car has to go through a chicane on entry just to prevent any cars from running away from each other. At the end of the day, what we want is a nice, tight tandem. That's what the fans want to see. That's what the judges want to see. So our lead driver must go through a chicane of cones without hitting any. Now, the one stipulation is 3 strikes, you're out. So if he hits a cone 2 more times, that's a goose egg in the lead position, and we don't want to see that.
I've only seen that 1 time, and it is very embarrassing.
It's kind of a bummer to me because I want to see the battle. I don't want to lose on a technicality, you know?
No, I've definitely seen some guys like take the cone out on purpose to kind of play some mind games, but regardless of that, the green light is illuminated and the battle is underway.
Knuckle in the lead in that Z, absolutely throwing it down in qualifying, showing us how that entry should be done. And Samson is chasing him down in that yet-to-be-unlocked livery car that Mike loves so much. Knuckle is doing a great job on outer zone number 2, and Samson is just chasing him, exactly glued to his door through that entire run. Nicely done there through that center section, and these guys are tossing it into 3. Samson getting a little too close to that wall.
Spicy. He almost got in there.
Flirting with disaster a bit in the chase position.
Yeah, you definitely see Samson using that inertia through the transitions to close that proximity all the way into outside zone number 3. Steve Misko doesn't know what that word means, so that's a big word.
Oh, inertia, that's a big word for Mike.
You know, you guys, I go home and I read the Webster, all right? No, I don't.
I'm just
No,
picturing you
read.
like
I
kicked
can't
back
read.
with a dictionary popped open and you're just like...
Honestly, if the chat could help me out with new adjectives, that'd be great. Can you guys just keep posting adjectives
Mike,
for me to describe what's going on?
You can't use the chat as a thesaurus. That's not going to fly.
Why not? These are good people, smart people.
They are. And
These
with
are the
that
smartest
said,
people.
we have our second half of the battle here. Samson is going to lead. Knuckles going to chase him down. Samson tossing it in with a ton of confidence there, and Knuckles right on his door as they transition over the track into outer zone number 2. Samson not quite as deep as we want to see getting into 2, but he corrects it on the exit of outer zone number 2, and Knuckle is sticking with him. He came here to win today, guys. Samson transitioning super aggressive into outer zone number 3, albeit a little bit shallow there, and Knuckle is right with him as they cross the line.
That's Swamp Kids E30 putting in work, and both these guys battling it out, and we're only in the top 16 of the 235 class. We still have the high roller guys to battle it out later. A lot of these guys playing double duty, just swapping the tires, changing a little things, and going out and battling out with the high rollers. We got guys in the 235 class that are taking losses or trying to connive their way into the high roller class. You guys want to be here. It's a good party. If you would like to come sign up for round 2 on the road course, you can get signed up yourself. All you got to do is have a car that passes tech. Racewaypark.com. Come out, come drive with us, have a good time. Use the practice session. There's hours of practice sessions. You guys, it's worth the laps alone.
For sure. All right, let's make it official. Our judges have sent Knuckle on. Knuckle is going to get the win and move on to our top 8.
A great drive out of the Swamp Kids E30 from Samson, doing a fantastic job trying to reel that Nissan back in, but unfortunately will end his weekend here today.
The chat seems to think it should have been a one more time, and I definitely am not mad at more drifting for sure. And also, that S14 does go hard, Anger. We would really like to see you out here, buddy. We miss you. We want to see you at the track. Some of our drivers who are normally out here are in the chat right now showing us some love. Thank you so much, guys, and make sure you come out to the next one.
For you guys at home, my dog is watching, so watch your mouth in the chat, please.
Mike's son is watching.
What's up, Dougie? I do that so my girlfriend has to deal with the Zooms at home.
Hopefully we can get some video of that, Mike, because I need some evidence of the Zooms.
I got it right here. Hold on.
Mike's going to post it to his story then, yeah?
Yeah, y'all don't follow me anyway.
Oh, my gosh. All right, we're getting into our top 8. We have Knapp and Farron. Knapp qualifying first is going to lead, and Farron is going to give chase. If you guys are on the left side of the bracket, really any part of this bracket, we're getting down to the brass tacks. We need you up on the line, ready to get into the burnout box. Knapp and Farron, Rozalski and Chen, Croissant and Root, O'Sully and Knuckle. That is going to be some good battles.
Big shout to you fellas out here in the chat. Chris, Ken, I'm going to sign up. So, like, Chris, you're already in. We can even share a car, Chris. I'm into that. You bring the tires, I'll bring the car. Ken, yeah, definitely Ken. You got to sign up, bud. You missed. You missed out. Round 1's gone. But round 2's on the road course. Way faster. In my opinion, way better.
And round 2 is after FD, so it's like double dose of drifting.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Englishtown is a fantastic place to hang out for 2 weeks. So if you guys want to venture all the way out for FD, hang out for the entire day, take in the entire event, and then afterwards hang out, I'm sure the locals will help you find good times.
I'm going to sleep under the bleachers.
I'm not leaving.
All right, the lights are out. Let's go. Chris Knapp in the lead, and Farron chasing him down in the super stylish wagon. We love a wagon up here. Chris Knapp tossing it in there nice and deep, maybe leaving outer one just a little bit early, and Farron's trying to put it on his door as Chris Knapp corrects coming into outer zone number 2. They're zooming around the outside of that second outer zone. Farron is right on his door as they come across that inner clip and transition with a ton of speed into outer zone number 3. Chris Knapp getting super wide and Farron putting it on his door as they come across the line.
A solid lap out of both of these gentlemen as they go underneath that Raceway Park tower. We're going to flip it around. Jason now to take that lead. The birthday boy now to chase. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you're watching that replay as Chris Knapp flicks in that 1 Series BMW into outside zone number 1 with Jason shortly behind him as both drivers transition to outside 2. Knapp doing a great job getting the rear axle deep into outside 2 and holding it there, but giving the opportunity for Jason to fall in the proximity as both drivers rotate into that front inside clip. Knapp nice and tight. Jason's right there. Chris really using that projection to get out into outside 3, but Jason cleans it up before he goes over the finish line. A first solid run here from both of these guys as they come back. We'll have the lights illuminated. And it is now Jason's turn to take the lead. Chris Knapp to chase.
All right, let's look at the second half of this battle. Farron is going to lead. Knapp's going to chase him down. Farron tossing it in right there at the 3-2-1 markers on the wall, and Chris Knapp beats himself. We want to see the rest of this run nice and clean from Farron. Okay, well, I was going to say if he does pull out a drift because there's a car on the track, we are going to allow him to do that, but it looks like he finishes this run, a victory lap, if you will, and I'm going to make it official before the judges do. He's going to go ahead and move on.
Definitely a shame for the birthday boy, just maybe getting a tad aggressive, and instead of wadding up everybody's car, unfortunately just getting locked up into that first outside zone through the initiation. We're going to have to wait on the judges to see what actually happened there. If you guys are watching the live stream at home, you guys just saw Chris Knapp take the bite and Jason finish off his run. We'll have to wait for our judges' final decision for the verdict.
Yeah, I guess I did jump the gun there, Mike. Either way, how this shakes out, I'm proud of Chris for coming out here. He was having the strangest issue I've ever heard of, just both motor mounts not being attached.
That's what the trans mount's
wild,
for.
Dude.
You only need one mount. Engines and trans have 3 mounts.
So.
One out of 3's passing. Did it fall out?
That's crazy.
Just because it wiggles, it's just a wiggle.
Yeah, it wiggled into the steering column.
Yeah, I mean, it's not right, but it's still in there.
But it's okay.
Our judges are reviewing the very same footage you guys are seeing on the live stream. If you haven't joined us on the live stream, make sure you get over to our Facebook and YouTube page, Raceway Park, as well as follow us on Instagram, the etown_gambler. Make sure you guys show love to all of our event sponsors helping make this escape happen for you and our drivers. So big shout out to every single one of our series sponsors this year. Our judges finishing up their deliberation, trying to figure out if there is any driver fault to Chris Knapp's over rotation through outside zone 1 in the second half of this battle.
And we do just want to take a really close look because that is an outer zone, which means we want our drivers on throttle the whole time. That's why the outer zone 2 being that big is crazy, because we need them on throttle the entire time, showing settled on their line. So if anything happened in the lead, I personally didn't see it, but I'm not a judge, so we're going to let them deliberate and come back with their decision. And in the meantime, we'll check out some of the comments in the chat. That wagon makes us weak as well, Stanley. If it was a style competition, that would easily be the winner.
What are you talking about? And then I win.
Mike, be so for real.
You see the holes in my jeans right now?
Let's make it
this
official.
This is fashion, sweetie.
Farron is going to get the win. Farron is going to get the win. Don't believe there was any shenanigans in outer zone number 1, so they're going to let him move on. We hope that car is all right of Chris Knapp, and we'll go ahead with our next battle in the top 8.
And the lights already illuminated on our next battle. We got Rosowski getting chased down by Nate Chen as both drivers initiate into outside zone number 1. Nate Chen shuts it down. I'm curious if you have a restart or an issue with Chen's FD RX-7. Chen turns it back as Rosowski finishes off his lap. Your guess is as good as mine, but enjoy Rosowski finishing off his lap. He shuts it down, realizing he doesn't have a partner in crime out here. All right, we got a restart. There was a cone knocked by our lead driver.
Rosowski is a bad little BMW, and he needs to go back to grid and not hit any cones. Hi, Twitch Drift. We better see you guys at the next round at the road course. All right, we have our drivers heading. It looks like a clean start this time. Kevin Rozalski tossing it into outer zone number 1. Nate Chen right with him as they come across the track to grab outer zone number 2. Rozalski doing a great job. He's absolutely moving through that zone, pulling away from Chen slightly. Let's see if Chen can close the gap as they come across the center section of that track and transition into outer zone number 3. Rozalski's always tossing it into outer 3, man.
Rozalski is not scared to shove that little BMW wherever it needs to go, and he is committed to getting out of there as soon as possible. You can see that as Nate Chen's FD is trying to reel him in through every single outside zone. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, you're watching Rozalski go into outside zone number 2. Nate Chen's FD slowly getting into position here. You can see Rozalski's BMW trying to pull away as Nate having to start make corrections as they pull themselves back into that inside clip. Nate trying to use that transition to close that proximity up as Rozalski gets his BMW set. A little bit of a wobble there. Nate does a good job making sure that he doesn't make any contact and over the finish line from both drivers. Second half of the battle about to go underway with Nate Chen's FD taking that lead position. Rozalski in his E30 to chase. Chen doing a great job through outside zone number 1. Rozalski right there on the back bumper. Rozalski gets back into position now, trying to bite, trying to match that angle. A little shallow off line as Nate Chen's FD screams to outside zone number 2. Rozalski a little bit of a bobble and a weeble as he tries to get back into position. Transitions out to outside 3 and across the finish line. Rozalski keeping the sauce turned all the way up over the finish. No rollbacks, no 360s, but it's in the judges' hands.
Nice and clean. Thank you for that, guys. We do want to look, I mean, Rozalski was all over Chen in the chase position, but he did have a bit of a bobble coming out of 2, and unfortunately that's probably the worst part on the track, 2 bobble, because you're right in front of the judges. We're up here in the tower. We saw it clear as day, so they're going to take a closer look and see if maybe that aggression in the chase paid off or if they're going to dock him for that error.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see Rozalski's car kind of come out of drift a few times, trying to manipulate it back into where he needs to be behind Nate Chen's FD through the outside zone number 2. You can see he cleans it back up for outside zone number 3, but unfortunately that is a high visible area. We can see every single correction, so it looks like we're going to have a winner, and Nate Chen in his FDRX7 gets the win.
Great showing by Rozalski. Super happy to see that car all cleaned up.
Rocket ship.
Yeah, an absolute rocket ship. Love that guy. So hopefully we'll see him for a few more rounds. Nate Chen, well-earned win there. Doing great in that RX-8. 7, my bad. FDRX7. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a Mazda. It's got a V8 in it, though. So it doesn't even have like one of those brap things.
All right, here we go. Colin Croissant and Trevor Root here. Colin Croissant tossing it in nice and wide in outer zone number 1. That aggressive entry we've seen from him all day as he's coming around to outer zone number 2. Trevor Root trying to reel him in. Not the first time these guys have done battle, and it's showing. Trevor Root a little left foot brake so he can stay in the pocket there on Croissant's door. Colin Croissant transferring over the track to outer zone number 3. Super aggressive, but Trevor Root in the chase position.
Trevor blending into that unpainted fender on Colin's G35 through outside zone number 3. We'll jump onto the live stream to see that replay as both drivers shoot out from underneath the tower. Colin doing a great job snapping well before that last initiation point, getting into outside zone number 1 with Trevor Root shortly behind him. Both drivers transition into outside zone number 2. Root doing a good job mimicking the line and angle of Colin's G35 as they work their way through outside zone number 2. A small corrections from Trevor Root as he sets himself up for this transition, dumping into outside zone number 3, where Colin gives him the real estate to really walk himself into the door handle and across the finish line. And here we go, second half of the battle here as Trevor Root takes that lead, Colin to chase. Trevor Root snaps into outside zone number 1. Colin right there. Colin dumping the angle on to avoid contact as Trevor Root gives him the space to get into outside zone number 2. Root doing a fantastic job getting that E36 where he needs to go. But Colin falling back into position, doing exactly what he needs to do. Let's see that aggression from Colin as Root gives him the real estate to play. Colin a bit shallow, but falls right back where he needs to be as both drivers finish up and survive the second half of the battle.
Man, that might be a one more time, Mike.
Colin really put the energy there. Trevor Root matching it. These guys are actually fighting it out. Colin is always a contender. Trevor Root is always throwing it down in here. Both of these guys really want to take a win and walk away on top of the podium. You can see on the replay at home side by side, both these drivers are really throwing down. Colin with the aggression through outside 1 to Trevor Root really showcases that through, but you can see where that bobble, that little bit of hiccup, setting himself into outside 2 could weigh into the judges' eyes. It's a great battle. Colin and Trevor, great job.
You can tell, I think these guys have been driving together, if not the first year in the Gambler, the second year. They've been driving for a long time together, and you can see how comfortable they are with each other. And, I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, is a great lead run, which they can both put down, and a great lead run allows a chase run to be just as awesome. So nicely done there by both those drivers.
We're just waiting for our judges' final verdict.
And let's make it official. Trevor Root is going to get the win. Maybe Trevor Tree in your book, Mike.
Rooted. He's out here. He took the win. He's going to work his way into the top 8, taking out Colin Crusette. A great drive out of Colin. Like I've said earlier, Colin's always out here throwing down. The dude is a weapon. Always getting handed tough battles. He's got to take out high contenders early in comp. Looking forward to Colin showing up for the rest of the rounds here at the Gambler and for the points series race. You guys are currently watching the 235 tire class here at round 1 of the Gambler at Raceway Park. Thank you for joining us both here live in person and on the internet. Don't go anywhere. After our 235 bracket is finished and concluded, we're going to jump right into our unlimited tire high roller battles.
And after both of these brackets are complete, we are going to get to do 2 podium ceremonies back-to-back. Actually going to send cars right now. So this is O'Sully in the lead and Knuckle chasing him down. O'Sully doing a great job transitioning across the track to outer zone number 2. Knuckle trying to get right in that pocket, throwing the angle there as they come around that second outer zone. Transitioning to grab that inner clip. O'Sully looks absolutely settled in the lead position, and Knuckle is trying to toss it in there. A little bit too shallow of a line, but he's allowed to put it to Sully's door as they come across that last outer zone of outer zone number 3.
So over here in the infamous Drift Stadium, there is only 4 judged areas on our track here today. Outside zone number 1, 2, the inside clip number 1, and outside zone number 3. Our drivers are responsible to making sure that the lead car is fluid and on throttle throughout all of our outside zones. And even our inside clip, we want a fluid drive from our lead. Our chase driver has to mimic that. Unfortunately, a little bit of a hiccup out of our chase driver in the first half of the battle, but we're going to get our lights illuminated for the second half as we speak.
All right, let's go. The second half of this battle is underway. Knuckle is going to lead, and O'Sully's going to chase him down. Knuckle's been on these entries all day, and he doesn't disappoint. Maybe a little less aggressive than we've seen, but O'Sully is on his door as they come around to outer zone number 2. Coming around the track, O'Sully is bullying him through outer zone number 2. That is what we are talking about in the chase position. He's absolutely planted in his door and rear quarter, transitioning at the same time. Knuckle not quite as deep as we want to see in outer zone number 3, and O'Sully is glued, stapled, if you will, to the door.
Connor putting his stamp on that run, making sure there is nothing left for the judges to pick through as they have to do the math, but let's get it official.
The judges are going to take a look at the replay just to make sure they haven't missed anything. But, I mean, talking about what kind of runs we want to see, every time I hear a little bit of flack from somebody, I always say, do not leave it in the hands of the judges. Make sure you put down an absolutely flawless run so there's nothing that they can pick apart, and they have to give you the win, essentially.
Yeah, competition drifting is weird. In that lead position, your job is to give that chase driver the best case scenario, which doesn't make any sense in the competition sense. But that is your job. But when the roles are reversed, that lead driver has to do the same for you. And if you have the ability to suck that in and close that gap and hold on to the composure of the machine throughout chasing that, you're going to get the win no matter what because your lead lap was 100 points.
Speaking of the win, Connor O'Sully is going to get the win and move on. O'Sully is going to get the win and move on to the Final Four. He's going to see Trevor Root in battle. And speaking of the Final Four, we have our Final Four set. We're going to have Farron versus Chen, and on the other side, Root versus O'Sully. And I'm excited. We're moving through this bracket.
Yeah, and this is just the 235 tire class. If you guys are unaware, what that means is that 235 millimeter tire of our approved tires only. These drivers are required these tires. They can bring anything else, any other machine, any power, doesn't matter, but they have to be running our approved list of 235 millimeter tires.
And if you don't like tire rules, instead of whining about it, you can run the unlimited class, and you can run whatever you want.
Yeah, we have a ton of dudes showing up with rocket ships, bringing whatever they possibly can fit into a car to get a competitive edge out here in the high roller class, which will be battling it out right after our 235 class. All right, our lights are illuminated. What was that, test? That was test hit?
Gus,
They teased
don't
me,
fake
dude.
us out, buddy.
Gus, that was mean.
Yeah.
You got me all excited.
Turning the lights on when we're not
Now I
ready
gotta
to go.
change.
Anyway, we want to give it up to our grid workers, one of them being Gus and the other one being the other birthday boy, Kyle. Thank you guys so much for running grid, helping these drivers out. I believe they're still warming up in the burnout box, and then we'll send the first part of this top 4 battle, Farron and Chen.
All right, this is not a drill. The green is illuminated. Nate Chen taking the lead with Jason Farron to chase. Farron barked right at the side, and unfortunately looks like he took out a tie rod there, and the lead driver does have the right of way. That's an unfortunate. I was looking forward to this battle.
Within reason. The lead driver has the right of way within reason. We're gonna take a look at that because nonsensical entries are not chill.
This is why I'm not a judge. I just yell into the stick.
Yes.
So good luck, people.
It's times like these where I do not envy them at all.
No, we just get to talk about it. Go to the chat and see what the chat thinks about it. Chat, I need you to let me know what's happening here. All right, so we've reviewed the footage. We have given fault to Jason. Jason unfortunately has gotten fault. According to our judges, Jason was given fault for the accident. The chase driver does need to give way to the lead driver. I fully support this fist fight into the outside zone number 1. So unfortunately, our drivers, Nate is going to be awarded time to look over his car. He's gone back to the pits to make sure mechanically is safe. Jason and his crew and some of our mechanical help out here are making sure that his car is safe to operate, get back to the track. He will have to take his competition 5 in order to fix anything that he needs to do. Nate is awarded time, which our team is back managing Nate right now. And then I can only assume that we'll jump into our other battle while we clean this up. So stay tuned as we get Jason cleaned up safely off of our track here. We'll get our next battle bracket up on the line. These guys will get to go back, do their stuff, and run it back.
It's unfortunate because it looked as if Farron just was not anticipating Chen swinging the opposite way like that.
Backhanded him.
Yeah.
I watched him.
Yeah, he was trying to get close on entry, which would have been super cool. Unfortunately, I don't know if he was anticipating that type of entry, which, that's not what we want to see.
No,
We'd much rather get a clean run.
I do want to applaud Jason for the aggression, trying to make sure that him and his machine was exactly where it needed to be for as much advantage as possible. This is not a negative in any sense. Jason just pushing hard, going up to the entry, and Nate just not giving him enough real estate.
Bear with us here. We're going to make sure that Farron's car is good. We don't want to have him drive away if there's something wrong with it, and I believe that front wheel is pretty messed up. So.
Oh yeah, that thing it was pizza when he was trying to French fry. I don't even think he hit the brakes. I think the front tire slowed him down. Wow, we must really like this guy. We brought the flatbed out. Normally you get the stick, so kudos to Raceway Park for elevating to the flatbed. We're going to get Jason out of here safely. Hopefully he can fix his machine and get back out for the battle.
That car is too beautiful for the forks, and I'm glad that we did not bring out the fork truck. We highly suggest you guys grabbing a snack here while we clean up this car. Me and Mike will be doing a fruit roll-up race. I'm going to see if I can redeem myself from last time, but unfortunately, you just gobble that thing right up. I really can't keep up.
Yep. Lots of years of experience. We have a 48-count box here, so if anybody would like a fruit by the foot, you can't have any. I'm going to eat all of them. I just lost to Steve Misko.
We had a late entry. I'm always the worst one about this, but I will get better. I'm going to practice. I should have been practicing more in the off season, really.
I can't. Steve Misko just kicked her. He just kicked her ass.
The more unsettling thing was him making eye contact with you the whole time. Like, that was more unsettling for me.
You ever walk up and like you're arm wrestling somebody and they just don't move and look you dead in the eye and just snap your arm in half? Steve just snapped my arm in half.
He struck the fear of God into you via fruit by the foot.
I can't have fruit by the foot anymore. If you are just joining us here on the live stream, we are cleaning up Jason's car from his battle here. Unfortunate contact with Nate Chen's FD-RX-7. Once we have his car safely and clean off of the track, we will get back to the action here. It'd be a great time to check out the grease truck, grab some snacks at home, maybe a quick bathroom break, and we'll get right back here to the action of the 235 class at Raceway Park. We also have our unlimited tire class right after, so don't go anywhere. We'll have more action here momentarily.
All right, the track is clear. We have our drivers warming up in the burnout box. And to answer your question in the chat, the brackets are posted on the Gamblers Instagram. If you're curious, we are all the way to the final 4 of our top 16 for the Gambler 235 tire class. We will be running the Unlimited High Roller class right after this.
And here we go, right back into the 235 battles as Connor Oselli leads Trevor Root into outside zone number 1. Oselli doing a great job flicking nice and early into outside zone number 1 as Trevor Root trying to close that gap going to outside 2. Oselli gets in nice and early, kicks off that rear bumper with just a tire smoke alone as Trevor Root trying to close that proximity. Going past that front inside clip. Root giving a little bit of real estate to work with as Oselli locks into outside 3. Trevor Root slowly behind him.
Trevor Root's grabbing some dirt there as he comes across the line. A nice lead run by Connor Oselli and a great chase by Trevor Root. Let's check out the replay here. Connor Oselli with a nice and smooth entry, fully filling that first outer zone. Root's a little bit far behind until he gets up closer to him in outer zone number 2. Connor's absolutely dialed there as he comes across outer zone number 2 to grab that inner clip and transition across the line into outer zone number 3. And finally, Trevor Root's putting some pressure on towards the end of that run. Is it enough in the chase position is what I want to know, because I know Connor put down a hell of a chase in his last battle.
All right, here we go, the second half of the battle. Trevor Root taking that OG BMW out in the lead. Connor Oselli to try to close the gap as they click into outside zone number 1. Trevor Root doing a good job as he transitioned out to outside zone number 2. Oselli right there, matching the angle, trying to mimic everything that Root's doing going through outside zone number 2. Root doing a good job, completes outside zone 2, but Sully is right there, trying to take the paint off of that BMW as both drivers flick. Trevor Root with a giant dump in, but Oselli cannot be shaken.
I don't know, that's a pretty aggressive chase and a little bit too close to that wall there for comfort, but he does manage to save it. Let's check out the replay here and really break it down with Trevor Root in the lead and Connor Oselli chasing.
As you can see on the live stream at home, Connor Oselli on the left side of your screen taking his lead. Trevor Root on the right side taking his lead. Oselli being a bully. Trevor Root giving him the real estate to play with. Oselli on the left side also doing a great job through outside zone number 2. But Trevor Root is also slowly closing that gap in. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. A little bit of both ways depending on what zone you look at side by side. So we'll have to wait for our judges' final decision.
Absolutely, and let's make it official. Our judges have watched the side-by-side. Connor Oselli is going to get the win. Oselli gets the win, and he's going to move on into our final.
All right, just to update you guys in the stands and at home, we are still working on Jason's car, getting it safely off of the tow truck. He will get his competition 5, so there will be a slight delay in finding the other side of the bracket, as well as who will be facing off against Trevor Root in a third place battle.
Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. We have this straightened out. We are going to allow Farron to run in a loaner car just to finish out this battle so you guys can see the second half of this battle. As soon as we have those guys ready, we'll bring them up to the line and we'll head into the second half of this Final Four battle and then the finals. All right, here we go. Second half of this battle. Farron is leading in that borrowed car, and Nate Chen is going to chase him down. Unfortunately, not a super smooth entry by Farron, but he's not had a single lap in this car. Nate Chen doing a great job of mirroring that line, staying back just a little bit. I think he knows he's at an advantage there. Farron doing a good job of navigating around this course, throwing it into that last outer zone. Nate Chen pouring on the smoke there as he comes across the line. All right, let's make it official. Great job by Farron for a fighting chance, but Nate Chen is going to get the win and move on to face Connor O'Sully. Before we do that, we are going to bring our third place drivers out here, Trevor Root and Farron, to battle for third place.
All right, we have our third place battle on the line. Trevor Root locked into that chase position. He's going to be chasing down Farron with that new, freshly borrowed car. We're allowing for the sportsmanship going into that third place battle as Trevor Root chasing down Jimmy's car, getting piloted by Jason Farron. Both drivers clicking outside one. Farron a little shy off OC1 as both drivers transiting to outside two. Root giving him a little bit of real estate to let him get into position as Root tries to clean up the gap now. Root doing a good job closing up the gap. Farron doing a fantastic job in that second lap in that chassis. Trevor Root putting the proximity on as both drivers finish off their lap without any hiccups. Big shout to Jason piloting that car for the second lap around. Root with a fantastic chase.
Let's check out that replay here. We'll see both of these drivers coming out from under the tower. Farron in that borrowed car tosses it in, not quite as deep as we want to see him, and a little bit of a fumble there, but definitely credit for piloting a brand new car here. Trevor Root doing a good job mirroring him in the chase position, coming up to give him a little bit more proximity as they exit outer zone number 2. Doing a great job on that inner clip there. I think Farron's getting comfortable in this chassis. Trevor Root putting the pressure on as they come across that line, and really we'd like to see Farron just a little bit deeper in that zone, but again, this is a borrowed car, so we're going to give him a little bit of a mulligan there, but not too much.
All right, Trevor Tree now taking that lead position, shooting out from underneath that Raceway Park tower with that great E36, getting chased down by Farron, piloting Jimmy Revert's S13. Trevor Root doing a good job. Farron getting a little aggressive, saving the car. I think that was a wise decision as it's not even his, but Trevor Root's going to click off the rest of his lap here, finishing off with that inside clip and a transition to outside 3. He needs to keep his composure and make it over the finish line to make it stick. And he does. Trevor Tree unofficially is going to take that last position, but we're going to have to wait for our judges' final verdict and our podium ceremony after our high roller competition directly after this. We still have our finals here in the 235 class between Nate Chen and Connor O'Selly.
So we are going to announce the winner here of that third place battle, but to see first and second, you're going to have to join us at the podium ceremony after this. So stick with us. We still have a great final battle here between Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully. But before that, we're going to listen to our judges and see who gets the win for third place. And let's make it official. Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Root going to stand on the bottom of the box there in third place for our 235 class. We have one more battle to run between Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully to decide who's standing in the first and second place.
Yeah, we're going to have to see this last battle, who's going to be standing on the top of the box, taking home the big checks. A big shout out to Trevor Root, already getting on that bottom platform. He's going to get to stand with both of these gentlemen, Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully. We're going to have to sit tight and wait to see who's going to be the victor here. And I'm pretty sure O'Sully, after he gets done with this, has to go reset up his car for the high roller class.
Correct. He is running both classes, so he's going to be doing a lot of drifting today. And shout out to Farron and his crew. We're really glad he was able to get out and put on a bit of a show for the crowd here. Some more drifting is never a bad thing in my opinion, so good on him, and thank you again to Ravert for lending us his car. We're glad he at least got to run that third place battle.
We are just waiting for our drivers to replace the rubber underneath their machines and get back out to the grid. Hang tight with us. Check out the view of the infamous Drift Stadium here at Raceway Park. You guys are joining us for round 1 of the Gambler. Round 2 will be over on the road course on the other side of the venue. If you want to get out here and get part of the action, head over to racewaypark.com, get signed up, and you yourself could battle it out with all of these drivers out here today. Hey, Max Kimlin, come over here and let's talk about your 1-point qualifying run.
Max, was that the worst lap you've ever had in a drift car?
I've seen worse.
Okay.
Hold on. He had a Corvette. There's definitely been worse.
It was not the prettiest.
If I remember correctly, I think he did pretty darn good in the Corvette.
No, he did great. He did great. So So Max, why aren't you driving the Corvette anymore? Is it bent? Oh, okay. So you just got to style up? Yeah, you got to. Yeah, it's fashion sweaty.
All right, we have our two finals drivers warming up their tires for the Gambler 235 class. We have Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully getting ready to do battle. Connor O'Sully qualifying third will lead, and Nate Chen qualifying fifth will chase him down.
All right, our drivers are leaving that burnout box behind our Raceway Park Tower, getting gridded up as we speak. We're waiting for those lights to illuminate to send our finals here in the 235 class. If you guys are just joining us on the live stream, welcome to round one of Raceway Park. You're about to catch the finals here for the 235 class. We are getting our drivers in the correct positions. O'Sully taking that lead position, Nate Chen the chase. This is the finals of our 235 millimeter restricted tire class. Right after the conclusion of this, we are not going to announce the winner. We have our podium ceremony after our next set of tandem battles, thanks to our high roller class. These guys, a lot of drivers, both in the 235 class, are playing double duty. They're going to go back, swap their tires out for whatever tire they so choose, and get back out in the field for another battle. But here we go. The green lights are illuminated.
All right, this is the finals, guys. Get excited. We have Connor O'Sully in the lead, Nate Chen to chase him down. Connor O'Sully tossing it in there super wide on entry, looking absolutely settled. Nate Chen trying to close the gap there as they come into outer zone number 2. Connor O'Sully's got his rear wheel on the edge of outer zone number 2. It's exactly what we want to see. Nate Chen putting himself in the pocket next to O'Sully as they transition across the track. Connor going super wide to grab that last outer zone. Nate Chen chopping the line a bit to stay next to him.
Chen definitely trying to put the pressure on the side of that S14 of O'Sully. Chen doing a good job getting that FD where it needed to be. If you can see the replay at home on the live stream, both drivers shoot out from underneath the tower. O'Sully takes that lead position, initiates well before that first initiation point. Gets out through outside zone number 1. Chen trying to close that gap up as they walk into outside 2. O'Sully is slightly late into outside 2, but holds in, locks on to outside 2 as he finishes off nice and strong, but Chen is shortly behind him. Both drivers transition past that front inside clip. Chen right on the back bumper of the S14s, tries to bark by. As Sarah said, a little shy on the angle and the matching of Nate Chen's FD to O'Sully in the lead, but a phenomenal chase nonetheless. And here we go, the second half of the finals here of the 235 class.
This time, Nate Chen is going to lead in that FD, and Connor O'Sullivan is going to chase him down. Big flick on the lead there. Connor O'Sullivan transitioning right on his bumper, putting it on his door. Losing the bumper as they come around outer zone number 2. That's the aggression we want to see. Obviously, without the contact, but nicely done there in the chase position. Nate Chen does not seem to be phased in the lead as they come around, getting nice and deep in outer zone number 3, and Connor is still on his door.
Chen ate that. O'Sully trying to be a bully going in through outside zone number 2. Let's look at the live stream replay to see exactly what happened going down as Chen.
Props to Chen for taking that contact and keeping in drift, honestly. We love to see a driver be able to take a little boop and keep going. We definitely don't want to see any spinning out because of contact.
No, that's definitely the energy that we like to see is Chen with his lead lap, giving the real estate for O'Sully to play with, and O'Sully taking all the advantage. O'Sully making contact there through outside 2, but Chen is unwavered. Locking in through outside 2, curls it back in for that inside clip. O'Sully trying to close that gap as they dive into that wall of death, and Chen is locked into where he needs to be, and O'Sully is trying to put as much pressure as possible through the second half of that battle. You guys at home are watching the side-by-side on the live stream. O'Sully's lead on the left, Nate Chen's on the right. We're waiting for our judges' final verdict for the finals here of the 235 class of round 1 of the Gambler. We're not going to announce the winner. We have a podium ceremony after our next high roller tandem battles. So if we do have a winner, we will announce that we have a winner, but we will not announce who it is.
All right, we're going to let our judges deliberate. This is the final, so we want to make sure we're breaking down this run and seeing every bit of it. There was a little bit of contact there, so the judges are going to take a look at that point of contact, make sure they have a full understanding of what went down. And we do have a side-by-side going right now on the replay, so you guys can take a look for yourself. Let us know what you think in the chat. If you think Nate Chen's got this, or if you think Connor O'Sully is going to get the win, let us know in the chat. And we'll just keep talking about it until the judges have a decision, unless they want to see him go again.
At this time, all our unlimited class drivers, if you are on the four contestants battling it in for the last seed position, I need you on grid. I repeat, all unlimited tire battle contestants for the last seeding positions. And please report to grid. It
looks as if we have a decision for the winner, but we're not going to let you guys know because we need you to stick through this unlimited bracket. It's much smaller than our 235 bracket, and we'll let you know on the podium ceremony. Either way, both of these guys are going to be standing on the box there, but it's just which position will they be in?
A big congratulations to the three men that will stand on the box. We'll announce that winner, like Sarah said, after the high roller. So stay tuned as we gather up our high roller machines, get them locked into the grid, and we're going to get jumped right back into the action here at round one of the Gambler. To the gentleman in the chat about the rescue truck, what truck, sir? Point to it.
Show us on the truck.
Yeah, can you circle it? Send me a screenshot.
Yeah. All right, we're about to get our drivers up to the line and jump right into our unlimited bracket. We do have a few battles in order to battle our way in.
So our unlimited class, we have a bracket set up for our top 8. We have 2 battles, 4 drivers competing for the last spot against our #1 competitor, Nick Novak.
All right, on the line, we have the first battle in our seeding bracket. This is Beaurivage against Boss. Boss qualifying 10th will lead, and Beaurivage qualifying 11th will chase him down. These guys are going to battle in twice to grab that 8th place spot, which is open right now, who will battle Nick Novak eventually.
All right, Alan taking that lead position, going up against Gabe in the chase, waiting for those lights to illuminate underneath that Raceway Park Tower here at round 1 of the Gambler.
Boss having a little bit of an issue with his machine earlier in the day, so hopefully they got it figured out there between their crew, and we can get a clean run here, lead and chase. We hate to see a car be down, but with that said, the lights are out and away we go. Boss in the lead, Beaurivage chasing him down. A Z versus Z, oh, it's not a Z. FRS battle, let's go. Boss.
Alan taking that lead position, flicking in across the center section. A little bit of a big wobble there. Boss hangs on to it. Gabe holds his composure, gets back in the position, and Alan Boss taking it for a ride. Going through outside 2, both drivers cleaning up for that front inside clip. Gabe gives him a little time to rotate over to outside 3. Gabriel with a fantastic drive behind Alan Boss, who was a great save, but definitely way too much sauce.
Yeah, I think the judges are going to take a look at that second outer zone and just see what's up there, because unfortunately I think Boss is going to lose some points there in the lead position. Let's take a look at the replay real quick.
Now,
a nice entry there. He does a great job filling outer zone number 1, allowing the chase driver to really get close to him, but that's where he sort of goes wrong there, dives in a little too far, missing outer zone number 2, but doesn't seem to affect the chase at all, which is nice. We like to see our drivers staying steady there. And coming across the track to outer zone number 3 looks nice. He was able to save it, but again, that outer zone number 2 may be held against him.
And here we go. The green lights illuminate on the second half as Gabriel takes that lead position, getting chased down by Alan. Alan with that new Yeet Fleet 350Z, his prospect car. It looks like we're going to have a restart. A cone getting knocked out of the lead position. Both drivers are going to repeat, go all the way back to the tower. We'll run this second half of the battle again. Alan Boss with that 350Z getting clicked back in. Gabriel in that FRS, that crazy V8 powered FRS, going back underneath the tower. We'll get the guys spun back around and repeat exactly what you guys saw. Hopefully no cones die in this process.
All right, let's see if these guys get a clean start this time. We want to see him do battle. The lights are out and away we go. Gabriel is going to lead and Alan's going to chase him down. Gabriel in that FRS BRZ. Looking good there, pouring smoke already as he throws it in on initiation. Just grabbing the edge of outer zone number 1. Alan's getting lost in the smoke, but it doesn't seem to affect him in the chase position as these drivers come around. Again, we want to see Gabriel just a little bit deeper in outer zone number 2, but Alan is sticking with him through all that smoke. He's got the absolute worst of it as they come across the track and into outer zone number 3. Again, I just like to see the lead driver just a little bit deeper there.
Gabriel throwing all of the wheel speed here at the Drift Stadium, getting chased down by Alan Boss's new Prospect 350Z, getting some quick test laps out here with him and his crew, making sure his machine is great and set up for Atlanta. Moving a bunch of weight in the car, completely new fab, new engine, new sponsors. I'm looking forward to watching Alan Boss go down to Atlanta and throw down, and it looks like we have a verdict?
We do have a verdict. Unfortunately, that error is going to be held against him. Gabriel Beaurivage is going to get the win in that FRS BRZ. Alan Boss, unfortunately, a great run. He is going to be done for the day.
Our next driver is up on the line, Casey Rodriguez and Costa, waiting to battle it out for that last seating position here. Rodriguez and Costa. Rodriguez with an 84 in qualifying will take that lead position first. Costa with an 80 will take the chase. We have a green light. as both of our drivers shoot out from underneath the Raceway Park Tower and start. Here we go. Rodriguez taking that lead, flicks in right before that last initiation point. Costa shortly behind him. Rodriguez doing a good job getting that E-Fleet 350Z out into outside zone number 2, just on the outside inside line of that. As Rodriguez doing a great job. Costa got that proximity, and Rodriguez with a major straight past the inside clip, creating a massive gap. Costa just trying to close it up. Definitely a weird lead run from Rodriguez, but Costa doing a good job keeping his composure. Couple bus lengths behind.
Yeah, we want to check out the replay here because unfortunately it looks like he went at least 2 tires off in the lead. We do want to pay attention to the track positioning where we have that inner clip. We want those drivers on the inside right at that one of the 3 hash marks for the inner clip. It seems like a great run so far, and Costa seems to be letting him have a gap, but that's right where it goes wrong. Unfortunately, it looks like the lead driver pulls out of drift and his re-entries, but way too far inside. Casey Rodriguez with that big error in the lead. That might put Thiago Costa at an advantage, but we do want to see the second half of this battle, which is on the line right now.
And here we go. The lights are illuminated. Costa taking that lead. Rodriguez the chase. Costa flicks in well before that last initiation point. Rodriguez with a crazy initiation behind him, trying to close that up now. Rodriguez doing some weird stuff as Costa trying to lock in that FRS. Rodriguez must be fighting some sort of car trouble. That thing's trying to literally stab Costa as he's now chilling in the smoke of Costa's FRS as he finishes off his lead lap.
Unfortunately, I think that is going to be all she wrote there for Rodriguez. I believe it looks like he's having some car trouble. We will defer to the judges, though, and let you guys know as soon as we have a winner. All right, let's make it official. Thiago Costa is going to get the win. Thiago Costa is going to get the win. All right, so this is the final battle in our seeding bracket, if you will. It's going to be Gabriel versus Thiago here. I believe Thiago is going to lead as he qualified higher, and Gabriel is going to chase him down for this first battle. And I went ahead and spoke too soon. We are going to let those 2 drivers change tires, and we're going to run our first battle in the top 8. It's going to be Raceway and Landreville. Raceway is going to lead, qualifying 4th, and Landreville is going to chase him down, qualifying 5th. So this should be a very close battle.
And here we go. Green lights illuminated as Mark Landeville shoots out, chasing down Rosh as he goes through outside zone number 1. Both drivers transition across the field. Mike doing a good job to leave as Landreville, a little bit of a big bobble there, keeps the car under control, gets stabbing all sorts of pedals to get that thing back in the line, fall back in the position behind as they finish off their lap. I'm smoked out, I can't see, so let's go back to the replay as we fall all over the finish line, and Landreville is literally on the door handles.
All right, we've got a replay here up so we can take a second look at that battle. We've got our eye in the sky, which is going to help with all that smoke. Michael in the lead there, doing a nice job staying steady. I want to see where this kind of goes wrong. Landreville with a huge dive in the chase position to get close to him, but that is going to be a sacrifice as far as angle goes in order to get into that pocket there. Landreville doing a much nicer job in outer zone number 3, and Michael's looking absolutely steady there in the lead position.
Yeah, Mike is definitely a smooth driver, and Mark is an aggressive one. You can see where those 2 styles didn't mix and match going into outside 2, but we're going to flip around as Mark's now taking the lead and Mike's the chase. Both drivers shoot out from the Raceway Park Tower here, round 1 of the Gambler. Landreville clicks into outside zone number 1, doing a good job as Mike's trying to fight through the smoke line. A huge dump out of Mike Unfortunately, didn't get back on throttle, and a big battle as Landerville fills out outside 2. Landerville curls that S14 back into that inside clip and across the center field, dumps it into that zone of death, outside 3, and Mike's starting to bark back now into position with a ton of wheel speed over the finish line.
That is for sure the smokiest battle that we have seen yet today. So we're going to take a second look at the replay here and see if we can break it down before we have our side-by-side.
For you guys joining us on the live stream, you're getting that side-by-side. Mark is taking his lead lap on the right side of your screen. You see Mike jumping through that smoke screen with a big mistake there as Mark Landerville starts to click through outside zone number 2. On the left side of your screen, you see Landerville having similar issues through outside 2, chasing Mike's S13 as he works through our course here at Raceway Park. Both drivers doing a good job through outside 3, but you can see Landerville on the left side of your screen really putting the sauce on Mike over the finish line. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final verdict to see who takes the win here in our top 8 of the Unlimited Tire High Roller class of round 1 of the Gambler.
If you guys are flying a drone, you have to land it. Any drone that is not our live stream drones have to land because you will get in the way of our live stream. Please land your drone if you're flying it over the pits. Unfortunately, we do not allow other drones during the live stream, guys.
Unfortunately, you need permission as there is an airport to our right.
You can spit and hit it, honestly. It's right over there.
So if you have a drone in the air, please land it before they send like the FBI. And we do have a verdict. Mark Landerville gets the win. Landerville will walk in to our final 4 of our high roller class. A great drive out of Mike and his S chassis. Well, unfortunately, ending his weekend in the high roller class, we will hopefully see him on the road course for round 2.
Up on the line, we have the final battle of the seeding bracket. Thiago Costa and Gabriel Beaurivage will do battle. Gabriel is going to chase, and Thiago is going to lead on this one. So let's see what these guys have. They're trying to battle their way into this top 8. All right, the green lights are on, and Thiago takes it as Gabriel chases him down. Thiago tossed it in there. Really nicely done on outer zone number 1. But Gabriel is knocking on the door as they come around to outer zone number 2, the longest zone on the track here. Gabriel, oh my goodness. Okay.
That was good driving, you know?
Good job avoiding the wreck. That's the name of the game at the end of the day. These cars look like they can still continue. Unfortunately, that was right in front of our faces, and I'm going to say I did not see any contact.
No, I unfortunately, Costa, I think, just over-rotated. He did the gentleman thing to do, the proper track etiquette, stayed on the throttle and spun the car away from Gabriel's car. Gabriel, reading that, made the correction and avoided contact. Both drivers are safe and sound, but unfortunately, we're going to have to wash that run.
Very, very close, but it looks like they avoided contact. I don't believe there's any fault there. I think that's just going to be a spin in the lead position, unfortunately, putting Thiago at a huge disadvantage there going into the second half of this battle. But Gabriel is going to lead, and Thiago's going to try to chase him down. I don't want to call it because stranger things have happened, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is up to Gabriel to throw down what he needs to do in the lead position, but Costa's here to put the pressure on as both drivers shoot out from underneath the Raceway Park Tower. Gabriel doing a good job, a little shy of outside 1, but he needs to just get over the finish line, holding and maintaining his grip as Costa's trying to put the pressure on. Gabriel is just putting all of the wheels down, every single ounce of power he possibly can as he shoves that car through the center section into that last outside zone. And unfortunately, Costa unable to cause a mistake. I would have hit him.
Mike, be for real. We like sportsmanship here in this tower.
Why? You get a free car and you just borrow somebody else's.
Stop that. All right, let's make it official. Gabriel is going to get the win and move on to face Nick Novak. Gabriel Beaurivage is going to get the win, qualifying, I think, 11th here, and he's going to beat all of these drivers out in order to end up in that position against Novak. So really well done there by that driver.
Yeah, definitely a big shout to Gabriel and his team getting that thing dialed out. He is now sitting in the top 8, but he, like Sarah said, has to take out our #1 qualifier, Nick Novak. All right, so we're getting word over the radio. Unfortunately, Farron breaking a knuckle in his battle in the 235 class, unable to make it out for the unlimited, thus giving a bye run to Knuckle.
We can enjoy this knuckle bye run. Just let the people enjoy it.
A big shout to Farron for traveling all the way down to come compete at round 1 in the Gambler. Hopefully we can get that car fixed up. Hopefully we see him out on the road course at round 2. Knuckle, a solid performance here in his bye run. That is going to put him into the final 4. We're going to have to see who he's going to go up against as we work into the last half of our battle here of the unlimited tire.
We're going to move on to our next battle in this top 8, Connor O'Sully and Trevor Root. I believe they're warming up their tires in the burnout box now, and we'll see them do battle to round out the second half of our top 8.
All right, we got O'Sully and Root locked in behind the grid underneath that Raceway Park Tower here in the infamous Drift Stadium. This is round 1. This is the unlimited tire, the high roller class. Connor O'Sully versus Trevor Root. Both of these gentlemen competing in FD. Let's see what they got here at round 1 of the Gambler. Connor O'Sully taking that lead, Trevor Root to chase. O'Sully, well, it looks like we may have a restart here. A little bit of a flick and a shutdown. Both drivers. Yep.
For everyone's reference, the drivers, there is a light on the wall that's going to illuminate if one of them hit a cone. So that's going to signal our drivers to not enter into drift usually, so they can go back to the line and restart this run.
Yeah, most times our drivers actually know that well before we even do. So kudos to the drivers for paying attention to that restart light. We'll get them lined back up. Let's see if we can get less violence against the cones on the starting grid and see if we can get a clean start here and get O'Sully in the lead with Trevor Root to chase.
We want them to scare the cones. We want them to get close to the cones without knocking them over, you know?
Horseshoes and hand grenades. Here we go. Connor O'Sully taking that lead position. Trevor Root to chase. Root right on the back bumper. That S14 of O'Sully. They both click in the outside zone number 1. Root a bit shy as he closes off that proximity, trying to get as close as he can to set himself up well for outside 2. O'Sully doing a fantastic job getting the back end of that S14 exactly where the judges want to see. But Trevor Root is shortly behind him. Both drivers click past that inside clipping point, right into that zone of death. Root right on the backside of O'Sully as both finish off strong over the finish line.
That was a fantastic lead run and a great chase by Trevor Root. Root is just getting closer and closer in the chase position as these rounds go on. So let's take a look at the replay here and see what these guys got. All right, we can check out these drivers in outer zone number 2. O'Sully is absolutely planted. He's on rails there as he exits outer zone 2. But again, a good lead allows a good chase. So Trevor Root jumping up to his door there to get even closer to him in outer zone number 3. I think that was just a really well done run, honestly, on both parts.
And here we go, the second half. Trevor Root now taking that lead position. O'Sully to chase. O'Sully looking to be aggressive going into that outside zone number 1. Trevor Root doing what he needs to do and rotates out to outside 2. O'Sully's right there. O'Sully likes this part of the track as he starts putting the pressure on Trevor Root's door as that BMW finishes off outside 2. Root doing a good job curling it back in that only inside clip, but O'Sully's right there in the back bumper. Matching transition and angle as they go into outside 3. We'll have to see his line placement in that chase position, but it's going to go down to the judges' weight to see who's going to take the win.
That's going to be a tough one there because both of these drivers had absolutely flawless chase runs in my opinion. So we'll have to see what the judges say. This is another situation where I'm glad I'm not a judge, Mike.
Yeah, I just yell into the stick. But let's go over to the live stream. We'll see the replay here, the side-by-side, if you will, of both drivers. On the left side of the screen, you can see O'Sully taking his lead position. On the right, Trevor Root. Trevor Root, the run you just watched, taking his lead, but O'Sully is right there through the entirety of 1. So Sully making his presence known through outside 2-2, and you can see on the left side, Trevor Root trying to close up that gap. It's a similar exit of outside 2 as both drivers go through that inside clip and rotate into that final outside zone. And here you can see Root really trying to put the pressure on, but on the other side of the screen, O'Sully is not far behind the mark.
Yeah, that's a tough one because O'Sully is just absolutely steady, whether it's the lead or the chase. He's a true competitor, so this is going to be a tough one.
If you guys are joining us on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us here on the internet. If you guys haven't already, check into the chat. Let me know you're here. Talk smack. Let me hear your best one-liner. You know, Sarah needs some pickup lines.
I do, yeah. Let me hear your best pickup line in the chat, please, for research purposes. But let's go ahead and make it official. Connor O'Sully is going to get the win. Connor O'Sully gets the win, and he's moving into the Final Four.
A great battle from Trevor Root and his camp. Looking forward to watching him compete down in Atlanta, but unfortunately that's going to end his high roller chase. O'Sully taking that win. He's going to see Knuckle. We have Landerville on the other side waiting for our verdict between Novak and Bevervaj. And we also have one more battle on the bottom, Gabriel and Costa. We have tons of driving left here today, so if you guys are just tuning into the live stream, hang tight. We're finishing up our high roller class. We'll announce our 235 at our podium ceremony. We got tons of partying left. Don't go anywhere. Once again, if you guys are joining us on the live stream, big shout out to every single one of these event sponsors that you guys see scrolling across the screen. Find them on social media. Go out of your way. Like, subscribe, do anything you can. Let them know the Gambler sent you over there, because those companies help let these drivers compete here at Raceway Park. And as I said that, it looks like we have our next battle up on the line. Nick Novak taking the lead, going up against Gabriel. Gabriel fighting his way into the brackets here, going up on #1 qualifiers. Gabriel gets a little too much sauce in outside one, as Novak getting his party car E36 into the zones just as the judges want. Novak a little bit of electric brake to keep the car exactly where it needs to set up for that inside clip, as Gabriel jumps back into the equation, jumps right in, and Gabriel super deep, tons of throttle, saves it off of the wall. A great drive out of Gabriel, but Nick Novak doing exactly what the judges want to see in the lead position. Novak doing a fantastic job in that lead position. Gabriel, I got to give it up to him. He knew he messed up outside one. He came off a throttle, but you can see him there just trying to reel Novak in so he can be even in the conversation again. A great drive out of Gabriel, saving the car, getting it back up to the side of Nick Novak's car without overdoing it. You can see he almost overdid it. Saves his chassis. He'll see the other side of this battle, but he's got a large deficit to make up here. All right, it looks like we have a little bit of a hang on Nick Novak's E36. We're probably waiting for media to finish up the camera. Gabriel's already locked and loaded into his position. As soon as Nick Novak gets back up onto the grid, we will send the second half of this battle. Looks like Gabriel's starting to lock in now, waiting for Nick Novak's E36 to peer from behind the Raceway Park Tower. There it is. And we get right back to the action here momentarily, as Nick Novak now to chase down Gabriel's crazy FRS. And the green lights are illuminated on that repurposed drag tree here at Raceway Park. This is round one of the Gambler High Roller, as Gabriel in his FRS initiates well into outside zone #1 as Nick Novak and his E36 try to close up that gap. Novak jumps through the tire smoke as Gabriel shy of outside 2, giving the real estate for Novak's E36 to clean up a shorter channel of the line. As Gabriel's trying to walk away now, as Novak cleans the proximity going in through that first inside clip, dumps it into outside 3. Novak with a ton of angle, pulls it back. Gabriel, ton of wheel speed as always across the finish line.
Wow, I want to see the second half of that battle on the replay for sure.
All right, you guys are watching on the live stream that side-by-side of the last battle. Novak taking his lead position from the left side of the screen. Gabriel in his lead on the right. Gabriel unfortunately missing outside zone #2. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final verdict of the official. But it looks like it is official, and Nick Novak gets the win. He'll see Landerville in the top 4.
I believe we're going to allow Novak to change tires, and we're going to move on to Knuckle and O'Sully, if I am correct in that. We'll let them run their battle, and then Novak and Landerville will battle as well. We're getting close to the finals. This is a quick day today.
Yeah, the high roller class, for anybody that is unaware, it is a unlimited run what you brung class. These guys, most of them, have been playing double duty, also competing in our 235 limited tire class. But these guys have come out with the same machines, beating them all day long, and we're looking to see if we can crown a winner here, and we only have 4 gentlemen left.
And to answer a question in the chat, this is Novak's spare car. This is not his pro car. I believe it was his original competition car, and then he built another one that he did back into the wall in the first FD round.
Yeah, but he feels, I talked to him in the pits, he feels confident, he's looking forward to Atlanta, and he's out here just having fun, getting more seat time, and to be honest, it's the only place you can come get extra seat time for one of the rounds here for FD.
100%. This is the exact same track in the exact same layout as the FD cars. So if anybody wants to come out and say they ran the same track as an FD car, this is the one.
Yeah, definitely. I love watching machines that are nowhere near a spec of an FD car come out here and throw down in the drift stadium. This place really showcases drivers that ride the outside edge of extreme.
And let's give a shout out to Justin Putz Cole really quick. That dude, remember when he brought his E36 here and was through the firewall on throttle all the way through this entire track to be able to link it?
There's somebody else I was talking to. I feel like that's an E36 thing. They push the pedals through the firewall.
The commitment is unmatched.
O'Sully and Knuckle both in the warm-up box out. Jeez, they're in the burnout box, barking at the tires, warming them up. Just sitting here waiting. I'm trying to think of things to talk about. But really, you just need to hurry up. Your tires are warm. You've been doing this all day. Let's get on grid. Let's go.
We're almost done. We have to run this final 4, obviously the final battle and the 3rd place battle. And then you guys don't forget about our Gambler 235 class. We'll be doing both of the award ceremonies at the podium right underneath the tower. Join us for that, or stick with us on the live stream to let you know who actually came out on top for the 235 Gambler class, and of course who wins this unlimited high roller bracket as well.
Put your bets in now.
Yeah, and also let us know in the chat, because we want to know too. We can't bet, but we want to see it in the chat.
For legal reasons, there is no betting here.
It would be
just
a
the gamble.
conflict of interest, right?
It's the gambler.
We can bet with our hearts. No? I'd be playing
I
fast and loose with mine. Just kidding.
It looks like our drivers are back up on the line. O'Sully and Knuckle. O'Sully taking that lead position. The green light's illuminated as Knuckle trying to chase him down. O'Sully piloting that S14 in the lead. Knuckle in the 370 behind him. Both drivers initiate. O'Sully getting deep in the outside one. Knuckle falling behind as he tries to clean out that proximity. As O'Sully doing a great job going through outside zone number 2. Knuckle starting to match the angle and the proximity and the inertia of O'Sully as he goes through the center section, dumps in the outside zone number 3. O'Sully doing a fantastic job in the lead. Knuckle doing his best to keep up.
All right, let's take a look at this replay here. This is the final 4, guys. We're getting down to the moment. O'Sully, big e-brake pull to entry there. Nice job on outer zone number 1. Knuckle could be a little bit closer there, and it looks like he closes the gap. O'Sully just a minute late getting in to outer zone number 2, but he's absolutely planted once he's in the zone. That great lead allows Knuckle to get close to his door, right in that pocket. Looks like we had a little technical drone difficulty, but we can see the second half of that battle. I can tell you from watching it the first time, outer zone number 3 was really well done by both of these guys.
And here we go, second half of the battle. Knuckle now in the lead, O'Sully to chase. Knuckle giving the real estate for O'Sully to play with as both drivers work their way through outside 1. O'Sully matching the transition, barking at the side of Knuckle's 370Zs are working through outside 2. Knuckle getting super deep. O'Sully posed, conformed right behind Knuckle's 370s. They dump in the outside 3. That's a great lap. O'Sully doing a great job, giving him the business over the line and everything. Knuckle gave him all the real estate to play with.
Absolutely, and he played with it, absolutely bullying him in that outer zone number 3 across the line. That was close. You almost couldn't see Knuckle for past O'Sully's S14. That was crazy.
Could you consider him knuckle deep?
Michael, Yes, obviously.
Knuckle got deep.
was really deep in outer zone 3. Good job.
I'm just being observant. And we do have a winner. O'Sully gets the win. Connor O'Sullivan gets the win.
I think we can thank that super aggressive chase. I mean, obviously he had a great lead, but Knuckles' lead was also really good. O'Sully, I think, just really brought the heat in the chase position, and that'll get you the win sometimes.
Now going to the other side of our Final Four, we're waiting for Nick Novak and Landerville to work their way back up to the grid to battle it out to see who will be in the finals here of our Unlimited Tire High Roller class here, round 1 of the Gambler.
O'Sully came to fight today. It looks as if he's going to be double podiuming. We don't know officially where he's going to end up in the 235, although he is on there. And obviously he just secured himself at the very least. Oh, well, no, that's not true. He would need to battle for third. I spoke too soon. But it's looking, it could happen.
He has the probability
He
of
has
taking
the inertia.
Yeah, so which is going to make announcing the podiums weird if I got to say his name twice. So that means that Novak and Landerville, they got to battle it out to see who's going to take out O'Sully. And then we have a whole thing to get through the third battle. So we got tons of battles left. So don't go anywhere. We're waiting for our drivers to get back here for the high roller, get back to the action of round 1, the Gambler. I just got wind over the radio that Steve Misko cheated in that fruit by the foot thing.
He apparently bit a good foot off of it and decided to still run us, and we were running him straight up, Mike. Unfortunate. All right, we're just waiting on our drivers for the second half of this top 4. Novak and Landerville are heading to the line. They need to warm up their tires and get ready to do battle. Let's get this next battle underway, guys.
All right, so we just got word over the radio that Nick Novak is taking his Comp 5 timeout. Unfortunately, seems like he's having some electrical issues, so himself and his team will have 5 minutes, which has already started, to fix his vehicle and get it out to the grid to get set up for battle against Landerville.
We are being told that the 5-minute comp timeout is underway as we speak, so hopefully he can figure that out and both of these cars can head back to the line.
Our next battle up on the line, the Pick Bike Bros are out. We got a clean entry into outside 1, nowhere near the box. You guys, clean it up. Outside, wider lines. Wider lines. Take him out, hit him, pit maneuver him. Take him out, hit him.
Mike,
hit
why
him.
are you down for carnage,
Gus, hit him.
buddy?
If you guys are just joining us on the live stream, Nick Novak has his Competition 5 timeout going underway right now. Hopefully he can get his machine fixed and back out.
All right, we have our battle on the line. Novak and Landreville, they're going to do battle for the second half of this top 4. The winner moves on to the finals. The loser sees the third place against Knuckle. Let's go. Novak looks like he fixed that electrical issue, tossing it in there, but Landreville is knocking on the door as they come around. Too much sauce in the chase position and a big correction by Landreville. Novak looks splendid as they come around outer zone number 2. Grabbing that inner clip there. Landreville with a nice save, punts that clip. Novak switching it up to grab outer zone number 3, pouring on the angle. Landreville is right there. Oh my gosh.
Chill out, dude. Chill out.
He's been amping himself up this whole time, I guess.
Well, he knew he was going to get the lap he wanted out of Novak, and Landreville has the machine to be able to bark at full tilt, and we saw that. He made some bobbles, he made some mistakes, but it's crazy to watch that machine clean it up.
Absolutely. Just how close he was on entry was awesome. I wish it didn't go wrong there in that second outer zone a little bit.
It looks like he mistimed his transition, trying to transition just a scotch sooner than Nick Novak. He popped out, saw that Novak didn't transition yet, and that's where that bobble came from. He cleaned it up really, really well, all things considering. We'll have to flip it around and see how Novak fares in the chase position with Landreville the lead.
Yeah, we're not going to speak too soon in this situation because we still do have the second half of this. All right, here we go. The lights are out. Let's get the second half of this battle underway. Landreville is in the lead, and Novak is going to chase him down. Let's see if we get equally as an aggressive run as we just saw. Landreville tossing it in there, doing a great job with outer zone number 1, but Novak is right there as they come around outer zone number 2. Landreville setting himself up really nicely for that zone, and Novak, he's right on his door, if not mirroring his angle there, diving in on that inner clip.
Keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going!
That is not extra points, unfortunately. Let's check out the replay, make sure there was no shenanigans, but I feel like he just got too much sauce coming around that clip.
I don't care what anybody says. Landreville was having the time of his life through outside zone number 2 and said, I just want to do it again. Let's bring it back. It looks like he got a little choked up. Landreville giving it 120% through this entire lap. Landreville cranking out the wheel speed, a huge dump. Novak doing a great job manipulating through the smoke as Landreville here is starting to put down every single thing this machine has at almost like 87 degrees as Novak's doing a great job rotating through, and Landreville, that thing just didn't want to stop.
I feel like I didn't see any contact. I don't believe we had any contact there, so I think he just put a little too much on it coming around that clip, and that's going to be a 0 in his lead, unfortunately.
That is good track etiquette out of Landreville. He realized he had way too much sauce, and he drove that vehicle out of the way for Novak so he could transition, probably blind, through that center section. So great drive from both of these gentlemen. We'll have to wait for our judges for the final verdict to see who's going to face off against O'Sully in the finals here of the High Roller Unlimited class. And we do have a winner. Nick Novak takes out Mark Landreville. A hell of a drive from Mark and his crew, but Nick Novak is going to go into the finals against Connor O'Sully here in our High Roller Unlimited Tire class of Round 1, the Gambler.
It's not over, though. Landreville is going to battle Knuckle for third place. So this next battle is going to be who gets to stand on the bottom of the box. It's still an accomplishment, so we want to see which one of these drivers is going to come out on top. And then, of course, we'll run our final battle between Novak and O'Sully. We will be announcing third place right now, but if you want to see who won, you'll have to tune in.
Oh, no, we're not.
We're not.
We're not even going to announce third.
Michael.
We're going to bring them down to the podium.
Okay, all right,
we're gonna
fair
announce
enough.
all of our guys.
Okay.
So you guys are going to have to linger around, because you're going to want to see these drivers celebrate their wins, potentially multiple wins out here on the box. But we'll have to see what happens here with Novak and O'Sully. Sarah really wants to announce third. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll surprise you. In the chat, do you guys want to know who won third place, or do you want to wait for the box ceremony? big box out here. I don't have a voice. I'm actually
Mike's fine. He uses his big throat.
Big throat.
He's well equipped for this challenge. And I've been announcing alongside you, 3 years now?
3 years.
The dream team, dude.
Yeah, I did 1 year by myself, and that year I actually really struggled to ramble the entire time. And then Sarah magically appeared, and it's been the greatest combo ever. So now we've been rocking out for the last 3 years. So thank you guys for joining us, listening to me scream and yell and say stupid stuff, listening to Sarah call all the shots out here at the Gambler, and also dealing with the 3 idiots over there in the judging box.
There are special friends who judge.
Special players, special plays.
Imagine if we had pit stops, guys. Imagine if they had to change their tires for like a one more time battle, and they had to do it like in a pit stop formation. That's kind of cool.
I mean, I'm down to watch the rest of the dudes. Like, we have to bring them out to the center, and they have to do it in the center.
Or like they have their hot pit back there, and if they have a one more time, you have to go straight to your hot pit, change your tires, and if you don't make it back out, that's a big L.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like these guys are just chilling in the back having a lemonade.
Just jokes, just jokes. We love our pit crew.
I'm not joking.
I am, dude. I used to do that. I used to be the one changing the tires and sweating. Remember when I used to sprint up and down the bleachers?
Honestly, Sarah was a great spotter. She was one-man band in that. I'm pretty sure you peeled out a few wins out of those scenarios, too.
Big dub, because I love nothing more than winning.
Yeah, I got the first one, though, so just saying.
You did.
I took the virginity. I got the first W.
You did, dude. Good job. We're just waiting on Landreville and Knuckle to head down to the line. Landreville and Knuckle heading down to the line for the third place battle. I think we should announce third. Mike thinks we shouldn't.
Well, I saw in a couple second loser, who cares? I saw a couple other comments that people want us to announce third. Well, you know what? I'm down to the vibe off the energy, but I like the box ceremony. I like making that fourth place guy stand out there and wait for it, you know? Like, you don't know.
You tease.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm a little more straightforward. I want you to know ahead of time.
No, I'm here for the group activities.
And that's why we balance each other out. You're the yin to my yang.
Yeah, that's why we didn't get canceled yet.
It's a miracle. It's
coming.
a miracle that we have not said anything.
Drivers. We're going to bring that into fruition.
I know, dude. Don't talk it in. Okay,
our drone is back up in the air. Our drivers, they're smoking the air back in the burnout box. It looks like we'll have our third place battle coming up to the line.
That is correct, sir. We have Knuckle and Landreville headed up to the line to do battle. Landreville qualifying fifth will chase, and Knuckle qualifying third will lead.
All right, here we go. Landreville leaving the burnout box. Knuckle already locked into the grid, ready for the lead position. Landreville already showcasing that machine is much more than capable of stabbing anything in front of it. Knuckle having a great drive all event. Let's see if he can throw it down through outside zone number one like he has throughout the beginning of our practice and our 235 comps as the lights illuminate. Here we go.
All right, we have Knuckle in the lead position, qualifying third, but Landreville has been showing us more and more aggression every time we see this car out here. Knuckle throwing it in there for his perfect recipe of an entry, but Landreville putting it on his door as they come around outer zone number 2, really showing us what he's got here. That is exactly how we want these drivers to chase. Knuckle giving him a good lead to start with, and Landreville coming super close to that inner clip there as they transition around the track and get to that third outer zone. Oh my gosh. This is third.
I'm pretty sure Mark Landreville is now a co-signer on his loan of that 370 as Knuckle has just basically held his hand around here.
They're liking my announcing. They really like my, oh my God.
I mean, it's a Good boy.
You know, it is. Thank you. You have to give it something extra.
2 A's, 1 W.
That wasn't your typical chase run. You have to jazz it up.
Landerville showing the aggression here through the replays, matching angle, line, proximity. Knuckle giving him all the real estate to play with, but he's definitely going to have to throw it down here as Landerville is going to give him the lead with the green light on.
The lights are out, and away we go. This time, Landerville in the lead, and Knuckle is going to chase him down. Landerville tossing it in there. Again, a really, really nice entry. Pouring smoke as they come across the track. I don't know if Knuckle got lost in the smoke there, but he's way too far inside. Landerville doing a great job with outer zone number 2 as they come around to grab that inner clip. Knuckle pulling angle out to stay with him. Landerville's moving into outer zone number 3, and Knuckle sticking with them, albeit on a little bit shallower of a line.
Just to remind everybody, that is our third place battle here. This is for the bottom of the box. Landerville and Knuckle throwing down here at round 1 of Raceway Park here in the infamous Drift Stadium.
My favorite part, to give it this like Coliseum vibes, is all the smoke just hanging out in this bowl. And I got my way, as always. Landerville is going to get the win. He is going to get third place here today. Landerville is going to get the win. Great job by Knuckle, and he's going to end up in 4th place.
You boys are lucky. I was trying to tease you. So congratulations to Landerville. A hell of a drive from him and his crew. But we're going to work into our finals here between Nick Novak and Connor O'Sullivan.
And from here on out, you guys get nothing. You have to meet us at the podium ceremony because we're going to announce our winners for the Gambler 235 class and the Unlimited High Roller class back-to-back on the podium.
And here we go. The greens are on. Our final battle here. Nick Novak taking the lead, going up against Connor O'Sullivan as both drivers initiate into outside 1. Novak putting the taillights right on the wall, getting out through outside zone 1. O'Sullivan trying to put the pressure on as Novak right there on the back edge of outside zone number 2. But O'Sullivan's right there, barking at the side of Novak's car as they work through that front inside clip. O'Sullivan doing a great job backing off and transitioning right to the side. Almost deeper than Novak.
And the
a
crowd,
phenomenal chase.
Luckily, all of our spectators have realized that they're in the splash zone and moved because those guys got so deep in outer 3 that they're kicking up more dust. I didn't think there was any dust left.
The tire smoke and the dust from that death zone, outside zone 3, is literally pulling over the bleachers. That was a wild run. Novak giving all of the real estate for O'Sullivan to work with.
Absolutely.
And O'Sullivan, he's using stuff he didn't have.
He's finding stuff. The transition, when they transition at the same time and O'Sully is on Novak's bumper, chef's kiss.
Coming in the outside 3, you guys can see it at home on the replay. O'Sullivan was where he couldn't be and still followed Novak over the finish line. Here we go, the second half of the battle underway. O'Sullivan getting chased down by Novak.
O'Sullivan, it looks like we have a restart here, guys, which is all right. They do get a little bit of a mulligan, if you will. No points left out. So the rule is 3 restarts and you're done. So he's got 1 more chance to get through this chicane without hitting a cone.
I'm really looking forward to Nick Novak having to navigate behind Connor O'Sullivan's S14. O'Sullivan is no stranger to putting down what the judges need to see, and Nick Novak is definitely no stranger to following everything.
Yeah, our chat has noticed that we will about to be having a full FD, XFD podium. I mean, the name of the game, guys, is to drive with better drivers, and you can do that at the Gambler. So here we go. The lights are out. O'Sully in the lead. Novak chasing him down. O'Sully tossing it into outer zone number 1. Super smooth, really well done there. Pulling away from Novak as he gets into outer zone number 2. But Novak closing the gap there, chasing him super aggressive. He's on the exact same line, exact same distance, looking absolutely settled. O'Sully pouring a little more angle as he comes into outer zone number 3. Novak tossing it in behind him. Guys, this is the finals.
That was a great battle here. We're going to watch for the replay on the live stream. Novak putting the pressure on O'Sullivan. Unfortunately, I think Novak gave him just a little bit too many millimeters. We'll have to wait for our judge's decision. Let's see if we can get a side-by-side replay.
The fact that it's coming down to millimeters, Mike, this is a great final battle.
It really is. You guys on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the run that just transpired. You can see O'Sullivan doing a great job getting to outside zone number 1. Nick Novak's E36 trying to close up that gap. O'Sullivan a bit late into outside 2. Novak has to make that adjustment and then falls into position, gets exactly where he needs to be. You can see Novak making slight adjustments to keep up with the pace of O'Sullivan's car as both drivers jump into outside 3. Novak making an aggressive move, going through, maybe giving him tad too much transition time. Maybe blinded out through the smoke to keep it safe through that wall of death. But nonetheless, a great chase from Nick Novak. We're going to have to wait for our judge's final decision to see if we have a winner. And if we do, we're going to drag all of our drivers, our 235 and our high roller guys, out for our podium ceremony. If you guys are in the chat, thank you for hanging out with us all day. We love you guys. We love everybody that tunes in for our live stream. So chime in. Let me know who you think got the win. Let me know who you think got the loss. Give a big shout out to any driver that was out here that definitely deserves the credit because each and every single one of them came out here and threw down. Big shout out to both their crew and everybody else that helped support them to come out for all of our rounds of the Gambler. If you guys didn't make it out this time, you missed out. But we have round 2 coming up ever so shortly over on the road course. Get signed up at racewaypark.com.
All right, guys, and that was so special that we're going to run it again. We have a one more time. We do not have a winner. We're going to send these guys back, change tires super quickly, and they're going to run again. For some reason, I think the chat is a little bit upset about the OMT. Guys, there's more drifting to be done. I do agree. Connor threw down, but Novak holds his own as well. I want to see him run a bunch more times, but unfortunately, we're going to get one more time to decide our winner.
If you guys are just joining us for the live stream, you're a tad late, but you didn't miss it. We have a one more time battle in our finals for the high roller. We're letting Nick Novak and O'Sully get back, change out the rubber, come back up to the grid, and we're going to see it one more time. So hang tight. We're going to crown a winner here in the high roller, as well as go back for our 235 class and hand out the big checks on the podium. Thank you for joining us here at round one of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. We'll get back here to the finals in just a moment.
Contrary to popular belief in the chat, we do not have a horse in this race. We are fans of drifting, not fans of any certain driver. We want to see some good runs, and that's exactly what Novak and O'Sully gave us. It was just too close to call. We want to see it one more time just to be able to make an informed decision. That's all.
I don't like any of them.
The chat's got their tinfoil hats on right now.
That's fine. I'm better than all these guys. I don't like any single one of them.
I like everybody.
I'm not biased.
Okay.
No,
I want to see everybody do good.
No, I literally hate everyone equally.
I hope they get out of their cars and hug.
I hope they get out of the car and fist fight. Chat, who do you want to see, a hug or a fist
Yeah,
fight?
let us know what you want to see.
Well, once again, thank you guys for joining us here at round one of the Gambler in the infamous Drift Stadium. We are just waiting for our finalists to get tires back mounted underneath their cars, back out to the grid. We apologize for the lack of action, but I'm not going to apologize because these guys are throwing down. You don't want to go anywhere to see the rest of this one more time battle. Nick Novak going off against Connor O'Sullivan. These guys already battling it out one time, door to door. Couldn't find a winner. Our judges said one more time. If you guys are joined us on the live stream, make sure you see all those sponsors scrolling throughout your screen. Give them some love. Let them know the Gambler sent you over. They help support both the series and our drivers getting their machines and themselves out to compete for your own entertainment.
Thank you guys so much for coming out. We love to see our spectators out here, and thank you guys for tuning into the chat. We all love drifting. We want to see some more drifting, and it's a fresh season here at the Gambler. There's going to be more rounds. They'll be warmer, I promise.
Yeah, we definitely have great weather here in New Jersey until it rains. But when it rains, that means things just turn up. We don't stop. We send these dudes through.
We don't.
They got to pinball their way through here.
I hate the rain, Mike.
But that's why the road course, it's the great equalizer. If you guys are looking forward to a round, maybe try out the Gambler, I suggest the road course.
True.
Next round, round 2, is on the road course. Come out. It's a great time.
Even I run the road course, and I'm very medium at driving, and even I can do that. The road course is completely different from the stadium here. There's not as many walls to hit, and there's like 47 zones.
I'd give you medium well.
Okay, all right.
You know, I'll give
a little
you
medium rare.
Yeah, maybe a double cheeseburger, but medium well.
Okay, that's fine. Like a McDonald's cheeseburger. Of
Baconator.
Okay.
Son of a
Okay.
Baconator.
Okay. Up top.
Yeah, nice. All right. Wendy's, sponsor me. All right, here we go. Looks like we have Novak locked into the grid, waiting for O'Sullivan and the lights to illuminate this one more time. Final, the lights are on. Here we go. The finals here, round 1 of the Gambler. Novak taking the lead, O'Sullivan the chase. Novak clicks in right where he needs to be, get into outside zone number 1, but O'Sullivan's right there. Scrapes on the backside of E36. O'Sullivan has to give him a little bit of room. Novak screaming through outside zone. O'Sullivan right there on the side, and Novak throws it back into that inside clip. O'Sullivan doing a great job avoiding that front inside clip, but he's right there, waiting, barking. Jeez.
They came to party V2. This is crazy. Let's take a look at this replay and break it down for you guys. All right, let's check out the replay here. You guys are looking at it in the live stream. Novak with a big entry there. O'Sully entering right on his door. O'Sully keeps that proximity as they transition to outer zone number 2, but there's a bit of a bobble in the chase position there. Novak is looking absolutely dialed, and Sully is closing the gap, almost putting it on his door as they come around that inner clip. Sully transitioning on his bumper and diving up onto Novak's door. That is crazy. O'Sully is absolutely gnarly in the chase position. Novak putting on a super good lead. Let's flip them around and see what they've got in the opposite positions, guys. O'Sully tossing it in on entry there. Nicely done. Novak trying to chase him down. O'Sully coming in for outer zone number 2. Looking absolutely planted, and Novak is putting on his door, mirroring that angle right in the pocket where we want him to be. Both these drivers coming across that clip nice and clean as they transition into outer zone number 3 and across the line. Novak falling back just slightly there in the chase position.
O'Sullivan.
Our judges have to make a decision. Let's see what they got.
O'Sullivan has quite the machine out here, playing double duty in both the 235 and the unlimited tire class. Nick Novak out in his party car, that BMW E36. Let's see that side-by-side replays on the live stream. You can see on the right side of your screen the run that just transpired. O'Sullivan taking his lead lap, doing a good job through outside 1. Novak, a little bit of hesitation through the transition to outside 2. O'Sullivan doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping that throttle down, the wheel speed going as he curls back into that inside clip. Novak matching the angle, a little bit left there, tries to close up that proximity going to outside 3. O'Sullivan with a solid lead there. On the other side of the screen, you can see O'Sullivan closing off Novak's lead, nice and tight to the door handle. Our judges have a difficult time judging our finals here of the high roller. Once again, chat, let me hear your verdict. Is it Connor O'Sullivan with the win?
Yeah, let's get these chat experts.
Novak?
Let's get these chat experts to weigh in. You're not going to find out till we go to the podium, though. Damn,
one series gets rid of one more times, and y'all are just like, no, I don't like fun.
So we have a rule of one more time. If the battle was too close to call, we will do one more time. I'm never mad at that because I want to see more drifting. The judges are going to take a look at both of these runs and make a decision. There will not be a one more time. There's not a two more. There's just a one more.
I always look at it as a one more time, especially if the drivers were very close. It is only going to improve the show. These guys now know what to anticipate. They know their mistakes. It's fresh in their brain. If anything, if it was me, I'd love to run battles twice every time.
I'll run a foot race after. Let's see how fast these guys really are.
I just want to. I think Dane was in the chat. He was like, trains, just send a train. Like, to be honest, the podium ceremony should just send every single car.
All of the 6 podium guys.
Yeah, we'll just hot lap Crazy 8 style
Right.
through the center. Last man wins.
And we all just jump up and down, have a good time.
Yeah. We'll work on that for you guys.
The obligatory, did LZ go yet? We would love to have LZ out. Have we seen him at a Gambler? I don't think so. He's attended one. I don't know if he's driven one.
Colette's driven here.
Colette has driven here. I'd love to see her back. Obviously, big proponent of girls in drifting. Really, we'll have anybody. We love drifting. That's all.
Not everybody.
I'm a lover. You're a fighter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Together we're the 2 pandas that do this, or the last 2 brain cells, one or the other, or both. All right, we have our winners. Let's get down to the podium ceremony. We'll be in the middle of the track. Come on down, guys. Stick on the live stream. We're going to be announcing them in just a moment. Our crew is going to move the podium down here in front of the tower so we can let you guys know who won.
All right, if you guys are joining us on the live stream and in person here, we are going to grab our podium, come put it into the middle of the drift track right here so everybody on the live stream can get a great view of all of our competing drivers. With that going on, I need all of our podium drivers to please report onto track. I repeat, all podium drivers, please report onto the track. I would like to hand you some big checks, boys. All right, we're out here in the middle of the track with all of our box drivers. A big shout out to every single driver that came out today and their crew, their families for hanging out with us. A big round of applause for every single one of you to start off.
While we set up our podium, we're going to talk to our top 3 drivers real quick and see how they felt about the final battles. Why don't we start with Nate Chen?
We're going to start Nate Chen, the man in yellow. Give me your thoughts on that last battle. What was the last things going through? You guys had a hard fight, a hard run. Any final thoughts? Any quirks? Maybe what are you thinking about? Your favorite dinosaur? Anything?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks so much, everybody, for coming out to the Gambler. This is such an awesome series to be able to compete in. Huge shout out to Mike Knapp, Chris Knapp, and obviously my team for being able to put together a car to get me this far in the, in the competition. So, yeah, final battle going into Connor O'Sully. Like, he knew he's fast. Knew he probably wanted some vengeance from last time we battled. So just knew I could drive as hard as I could, and just did my best to keep up with him. And then on the lead run, just wanted to throw down that clean lead run and try not to worry about what he was doing. I saw his bumper explode off in outer zone 2, and yeah, I don't know what happened there. So whatever.
Well, a fantastic drive here in your FDRX7. Congratulations for all your drive here. Where's O'Sullivan? Let's get the other half of there. O'Sullivan, come here, buddy. Come here, because this is a 235. You were battling out double duty today. All right, I want to hear, you threw your bumper at him. You were trying to be mean to him. What went down on your side of the perspective?
Yeah, last time Nate got me in a battle, so I think I got him back this time. But yeah, we got a lot of seat time running both classes, and it was awesome. It was a little difficult going back from 235s to 255s, but we got it figured out. And I just want to give a big shout out to my team, my family. They're so supportive, and it was a sick event this weekend.
Hell yeah. Great drive from you as well. A big round of applause for both O'Sullivan and Nate Chen, both competing in our 235 class. But our judge, and that winner will take home the big check.
All right, while we set up our podium, because we want to make it official for you guys so you can get all the nice media, let's talk to our unlimited high roller drivers real quick, which hilariously enough is also Connor O'Sully. But I think we should be fair, and let's start with Novak. Why don't we get Novak's take on this final battle?
Novak,
and the
come
one
here,
more
brother.
time.
Come here. You came out with your party car. You're dressed to the T. You're looking fantastic. What's underneath the hood of this thing?
It's LS3 with a cam, just the Summit basic.
Big AutoZone build right there, right? You can go to, yeah. All right. O'Sullivan, what? How much horsepower are you making?
440 to the wheel, just a 5.7 LS.
All right. And now you guys are on your respected tires. What tire?
255 GT Pro Spec tire.
Oh yeah. So you're a 255 in the unlimited class. Yes, sir. And Novak, what kind of tire were you on?
265 Ken Vezda UHP Max.
Nice. And you guys saw these guys were head-to-head battling it out. Once again, round of applause for O'Sullivan, double duty in, and Nick Novak in our high roller class, sitting on the edges of the box. Before we get the rest of the podium, Landerville, come here, bud. Come here, you crazies. This dude, you want to saw back of this thing? Why does this thing move like a rocket ship? Like, is that foot heavy or is that foot heavy?
Both of them.
Both of them. All right. What do you got the hood of this thing? Let everybody know.
It's a 2JZ 3.4, so old engine with old turbo, but it's making the power and deliver it to the ground, so it's good.
Hey, man. Mark is definitely not shy from the limiter in this thing. You drove the hell out of that thing. Congratulations, great drive. All right.
It's almost ready. It's almost ready. I think let's talk really quick, Mike, if you can point the mic in the right position, to our third place finisher in the Gambler 235 class, which would be Mr. Root. Bring it in here, buddy.
New suit goofing.
He's got a fresh suit. He's ready to stun on us in Atlanta. You have your practice car out here today. What does this mean for you, thinking that FD is coming up in a couple weeks?
Feels good. A little bit of momentum, made sure the other car is working. So this one just works, so I don't know.
Cool, I guess. Cool. Who's your favorite driver to battle today?
It's had to have been Connor. I mean, the battles were so good, and we battled in the 235 and the Unlimited, and it was just best battles. For sure.
I agree with that one. Nice job there. Give it up for him for third place. We are going to get him officially on the podium here, but a nice showing by him in both classes as well. Mike, who let him in the car? Get out of there. This is an E36. How dare you?
Yeah, if I look at it wrong, the subframes will fall out of it. All right, it looks like our podium is set up. Let's start with our 230. Oh, it's not set up.
It's like 50% of the way, Mike. It's like 50% of the way.
Hold on, I gotta go help some muscles.
He's really earning that paycheck.
No, one box. That's all I can handle.
Pause.
That was like 10 feet, and I'm out of breath.
You worked so hard. I'm so proud of you. You're
You know,
welcome.
that's enough for me. I'll go home. See you guys later.
All right, come on, guys. Give it up for my co-host, Mike Perez. Talking into the stick all day.
I do appreciate you guys listening to me, because what? But also a big shout out to Sarah. She's makes it so much easier.
We're almost good. We need one more panel. I'm glad that the Forks.
No, that thing's full rabbit right now. Full bunny.
I'm glad the Forks only had to carry that today. Good job, guys. Let's give it up one more time for all of our drivers for not having to get forked off the track. All right, Mike, I think it's finally set up. And I think we should do it. Let's not waste any more time. We're going to start with our 235 class, the Gambler class. These guys, we had a huge field out here today. These guys were throwing down. And we're going to start as soon as our guys walk away with our third place, who we already know and love, with his fresh new suit.
I think you'll finish the scene off real nice, Trevor. Why don't you go ahead and hop on the third place box. Make some noise for Trevor Root, our third place finisher here in the 235 tire class.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Trevor. You're going to have to hop on the box again while we wait for the big check. I want to hand you the big check. It's a whole ceremony thing, you know? You can't catch the bouquet if I left it over there. Sorry. Everybody at home, everybody hanging out here, we apologize for the delay, but everybody here wants to get the big money, so we'll just wait around for the check. Trevor, look at you. You're great looking. All right. I'm going to stop rambling while we wait for the checks, get them signed, make them official. Hey, Trevor, can I drive that thing? All right, turn it on. All right, I'll turn it on. Everybody, he told me I can do it.
No. That key don't work. Come on, ignition. No, ignition and button. Put her on the chin.
He was lying where reverse was. Yeah, damn right. Hey, Trevor, this is a good car. This is a good car, Trevor. Car, Trevor, great car. Big shout to Trevor Root for letting me do that. Yeah, we should hold up the podium ceremony more.
Shut it right down.
You just shut it off?
Yeah, who cares?
All right, brother.
It's a 5-3.
Yeah. You heard it here. Thank you, Trevor Root. I'm good. I can go home. I'm a happy camper. If you guys want to get signed up to do that kind of stuff, you probably should hit racewaypark.com or Trevor Root. He'll probably rent this thing to be an owner, never beat on. Thank you, brother. That was fun. That was real fun. Are we ready to hand out some money? Because I could do that again. All right, who else? Connor, I mean, I like that thing.
All right, guys, I think we're finally ready for our 235 winners. Thank you so much to Trevor Root for letting us ice him. He's a great sport, as always. So let's get ready to do this announcement. One more time, walk to the podium, buddy.
Go ahead, Trevor Root, make some noise for third place 235 tire winner. Trevor Root taking that third place position, walking off with $1,000 thanks to the E-Town Gambler. And now, our 235 drivers, I want both of our drivers to please approach the podium. A big shout to both of our finalists here, Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully. Make some noise for both of these drivers one more time. Battle out them and their crew, setting up the 5 tire. And your winner here today at the 235 class, make some noise for Nate Chen in his FD RX-7. Just barely taking out Connor O'Sullivan, sitting number 2 on the box. Make some noise for all these gentlemen taking home the big checks in the 235 millimeter restricted tire class. All right, boys, go ahead, crack those bottles, celebrate. Make sure you hide those paper checks. The bank won't take them if they're soggy.
All right, I think the official photos are over. Let's crack those beers, guys.
Don't worry, photographers, teams, and drivers, you guys can hang out on the podium as long as you want, but we still got to award our high rollers. So, gentlemen, go ahead, get ready, get yourself wet if you so choose. Shooey, shooey, shooey.
Get up for your 235 podium, guys. Let's go!
Congratulations, gentlemen, on the checks, the win.
We're going to get a shoey out of this, guys. I love when we get a shoey.
I love when they drink from their shoes.
Delicious. Shoey, let's go, guys.
Trevor!
Shoey!
Trevor! Trevor!
Oh, Trevor's going to get peer pressured into a shoey.
Nate, do it! Do it, Nate! Do it! Do it! Peer pressure! Do it! Woo! for the record, Trevor and Nate did that with their everyday carries. Congratulations to our 235 restricted tire class.
We're going to give them a minute to get their teams up there, get all their photos. We have to set up for the unlimited. So guys, get your teams up there on the podium with you. Get all the photos you need.
Just for the record, Trevor Root drank from his shoe that has the paint from his car on it. That is a well-seasoned beer. Big shout to Nate Chen and his team celebrating their win on top of the box. But now let's get our unlimited drivers out and about. Let's get our third place unlimited driver out on the podium.
Hang on. Let's get set up first.
I like Russian people.
All right, guys, we are all set up. Let's get our unlimited drivers up here. Let's start with third place. Take it away, Mike.
Third, sitting on the bottom of the box, but definitely a massive weapon out here. Make some noise for Mark Landerville taking the bottom box here in the unlimited high roller class. Mark, where you at? Where you hiding? There he is. Landerville taking home that third place check, walking away with $1,430. And now, our next two drivers competing out our finalists in our unlimited high roller tire class. This is a run what you brung class. Make some noise for both drivers, Nick Novak and Connor O'Sully. I said make some noise for Nick Novak and Connor O'Sully. And make some more noise for your winner here today, Connor O'Sully. And also his battle buddy, Nick Novak, giving a hard fought one more times and all. Let's get these gentlemen up in the box, hand them the big checks. Shooey! Two shoeys!
We're getting a treat today. This is great.
Once again, make noise for all high roller finalists. The gentlemen in the box taking on the check. Your winners here at round one of the Gambler. All I gotta say, these boys are probably gonna have some smelly suits in Atlanta. All right, boys, rip those shoes off. Chug, 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 chug. That's all, folks. See you later. We'll have to go home, but you can stay